Come on! Here's you, the crybaby.
This is Xiao Yu.
Pinky swear, we promise.
Brothers always stay together.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns.
Below the Great Wall lies mine.
Mecha operated!
It shows like this. It is a very high skill casino, high skill seeding. You have to play it well to get any sort of impact, but you don't need to do that with this. But it's not a good like
Destroy!
as flashy as that. And he's flashy, he is getting one kill, gets a double, goes for the first. He might be the next one on his list.
I hunt in the water.
But it will be slim, and now we're ending the game as they will take a
outer city of Navania used to be crawling with pirates.
Here! Quick!
Fortunately, a legendary hero appeared, Captain Redhawk. For years he was undefeated and maintained peace in the outer city.
Captain!
And I'm the guy pretending to be him. I even invented some gadgets of my own.
Don't move! Or the girl gets it.
Cover your ears.
Huh? Should I cover mine too?
What was that?
They're coming! My baby! Thank you, Captain. Huh?
Thanks, Captain Redhawk.
Captain Redhawk always saves the day.
You're a legend.
Incredible!
You. You're the best, Captain. Saved her.
Captain Redhawk, you should rest more. You've lost weight.
You're still not good enough, Alessio. The real Captain Redhawk was so courageous, powerful, and brave.
Help me!
I'm not good enough. Not good enough. Come on, Alessio. You have to protect everyone. Stop right there! Don't worry, Redhawk is here. It's Captain Redhawk.
Captain Redhawk.
He's here to save us! Captain Redhawk is here!
Redhawk's dead.
Oh no! Captain, is he okay? Captain Redhawk!
Captain, get up!
What's he gonna do?
Get up!
Get up.
What? Is that really
Captain Redhawk is just a kid.
He's not.
Where's the captain? Was this kid protecting us all this time?
You're pretending to be Redhawk? What a joke.
Well, it's not a joke!
A fake is a fake! Find that fake.
Yes, boss.
Let the outer city know their captain is gone for good.
Captain? Captain! Captain Redhawk!
It's up to you now. From now on, you're Redhawk.
Me? Captain Redhawk? But I can't.
He's not a real
Captain.
It's just the
Where's
boy.
the real Captain Redhawk?
Do.
He can't even protect himself! No matter how hard I try, it's not good enough.
He's awake.
He's okay.
We must hide him. Hurry! Over there! Hurry!
Careful.
Go look over there!
Let's go!
Over here, Captain Redhawk.
Get him to safety.
Right, follow me, Captain.
Where'd you hide him? Spit it out! Get back here!
It's me you're after. Let him go!
Captain, come on.
I'll take it from here.
Thank you.
Captain, this way. Quickly, this way.
The Captain's here.
Captain Redhawk.
Captain.
Captain, my man will take you to the outer sea. You'll be safe there.
I'm not Captain Redhawk.
You're wrong. You are Redhawk.
Open the door! You can't escape! Who do you think you are, kid? Hey! A Redhawk mask? You want to be a hero, kid?
Captain Redhawk.
Not bad, little hawk.
I'm not Redhawk.
When you stand up, you will be.
Keep up the bombardment until they hand over the fake. If it isn't the fake, you finally dared to stand up.
Couldn't help it. I'm not gonna quit, as you'll see!
People like you? You want to be special, but you're too weak.
This is no tragedy. This is my choice!
Not bad, little
I'm not Redhawk.
When you stand up, you will be.
Silence.
Here that we saw in the first game, no, the second game, sorry, so it's going for a lot longer than it did before, but we're already getting a 1-1 trade from Mijo and Boo. Bob's looking like he's in trouble. Wawa getting a lot of shield there from the items it seems. The Boogie at 0-3-0-7 with that item,
Mega operated!
not much new damage. Not Mecha down to the second top. Byron goes straight towards the backline, knocks up to Ragnar dropping low, and will fall as well. Along with the damage of the team members left alive. This trying to do the best he can, and we will fall. Here comes the lab, and there goes the lab as well. Immunity for him to come on. Soup goes there. Thanks to BJK Liz, but there Monkey is into the back of the queue there. Trying to pick off the squishier champions. Mutler comes through to aid a sad noble cause, and we see Monkey taken down.
heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la. La la.
Eastern Region's Chamber of Commerce sale. Come take a look.
This one. Or this one. No!
What a dumbass.
A fluorescent stone!
You're no good at this.
I've been noticed! Trying to fight!
Hey! What are you doing?
It's just you and me! You give that back!
That's a pair for me!
Again?
Your turn.
Come back and fight!
It's the kid who stole the ship!
Get him!
He's over there!
Change the run?
So you're not with them? Ladies first! Hey, wait up!
Where's that prawn I got from Mr. Hoopa? Got it! Hey, Nisha, firecracker!
A bomb!
Get them!
Leave them to me!
Get her too!
What a pain. Time to end this.
My senses can feel the suspense. Don't be tense, get off the fence. Strike them down with my body sequence. Let me just take a bite out of all of their tricks. They might put me to the test, but I got finesse. And I feel the opposition, but it won't be for long. Let the story be written, we will riddle the wrongs. How did it get me so feeling better like this? My fate is hanging in the balance of the wind. Trouble's always knocking at my door like a songwriter. And that voice stronger.
Getting away!
You idiots! Get them!
Yes, sir. Nice! Looks like the safest place turns out to be right under your enemy's nose.
Nope, I just got tired of running. The coast is clear now. Let's go. Huh? It's locked.
Ah!
I won't let you do this!
You cannot prevent his arrival.
That's not good. The mechanoid giant. It's forming.
Hey, relax. I haven't been drinking. Ah.
Hand over the arc core!
He wills it. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
Dunshan!
Finish them.
All right, team. Let's show them how it's done. We've stopped Ming for now, but many others will try to get their hands on this power. This war isn't over yet.
We just might have a friend who can help.
ikonik bir takım. İstanbul'da gerçekleşecek olan bu etkinlik için dünyanın her yerinden gelecek takımlarla mücadele edeceğiz. Türkiye'nin zaferini bütün taraftarlarımıza göstereceğiz.
Ivy NRX olarak diğer ülkelerin takımlarıyla karşılaşmaktan çok memnunuz. İstanbul'da gerçekleşecek bu turnuva için çok hazırlandık. Kazanacağımıza inanıyoruz ve bunun için savaşacağız.
Beşiktaş Esports çok köklü geçmişe sahip bir takım. Bu turnuvaya katılacağımız için çok heyecanlıyız. Elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapıp bu armanın hakkını vereceğiz.
Biz Қазақстанамыз. Бәлкім сендер бізді танымайсыңдар, бірақ бұл маңызды емес. Себебі сендер біздің күшімізді көресіңдер.
Nós somos os campeões do Choque BR. Desta vez, vamos trazer o troféu de campeão de volta para o Brasil.
É possível falar da Alpha 7 e não pensar em uma equipe campeã. A gente vai surpreender nesse campeonato.
كل تحد فرصة للتقدم وسنتغلب على جميع التحديات لإظهار قوتنا.
لطالما كان فوز البطولة حلمنا، سنخوض في النضال في هذه المرة من أجله.
Hello, everybody joining in at home and at the event today in Turkey. This is the semi-finals of the Season 1 Invitational Honor of Kings Turkey. Today you have me, Blam as always, and with me is my co-partner for all of this, Zero. How's it going?
Doing great, and of course we are already here in the semi-finals, and of course the semi-finals for the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational is brought to you by Infinix. The Infinix GT10 Pro is made to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with kings. All sensory game engine and high refresh rate immersed you in the purest gaming experience. Blam, what matches do we have for today in the semi-finals?
So starting up is a little bit of a rematch that went down in day 1 of the group stages, which is Alpha 7 versus Stalwart Esports. We've been waiting for this one all the way since day 1, which seems so far away, and we've come so far, and all the teams have come very, very far within this narrative, and some of them are no longer with us, unfortunately, but that is the air of competition. And then going forward is not a matchup we've seen yet, but between all these winner interviews from both of these teams, FUT KAOS and Vivo Keystars, we've heard a lot of fighting talk and a lot of narrative already being built around this best of 5. So I'm super excited for both of these matchups today.
Absolutely. I mean, FUT KAOS and VKS have not, I wouldn't call it beef as of yet. It feels sort of like a rivalry for now with what they've said to each other, not directly, but you know, it's sort of implied in their winner interview. So that match is definitely going to be very spicy. And like you said, the first match is something we've been waiting for. The rematch since day number 1 of the group stages. Stalwart Esports will have one more chance to show Alpha 7 what they're made of.
Absolutely. I mean, we may call it beef. It's more like a subliminal, slow-cooked beef so far. But that is the beauty of this being the first global tournament, because these kind of things are only going to flourish going forward. So, again, a lot of excitement building around both of these, what could be seen as inevitable matchups into the semi-finals. And obviously first up is that rematch, a big rematch from day 1 we're on about, and it is A7 with Selena, Omaini, Suits, Benignus, and Muster, and then Coach Patala as well. So this has been a fantastic unit, a fantastic roster in Season 1 Invitational. And then going over to Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, we have Miho on the Clash lane, Ray on the jungle, Xenon playing the mid, Wawa on the marksman, and Clue will be playing the support with Coach Handsome, Coach Sishai, leading the charge in terms of their overall game plan and strategy. And they definitely will need every bit of that in this matchup, because Alpha 7 is currently undefeated in maps. They have not dropped a single map yet.
Not a single map, not a single digit is escaping the only team that has a digit within their team name, the Alpha 7 brand as an organization, really keeping those digits close to them. But there is Benignus being showcased a huge hero pool within that jungle there, especially going from the likes of the Lamb, the Jing, and then straight over the Monkey, who is a completely different kind of playstyle in that jungle. But Benignus has been one of those players that's been such a joy to watch, and currently tied highest MVP.
Yep, 5
in the competition so far.
Yep, tied with 5, along with 1 from the side of Vivo Keatstars, and he's definitely hoping to get a little bit more in this matchup before they inevitably potentially meet in the grand finals. So Benignus will want to show his stuff to the rest of the world. And here we have the mid lane matchup. Suits, of course, one of the best mid laners in this tournament so far. Very stable, very consistent, and Xenon is no slouch himself. He's been doing very well towards the mid lane.
Yeah, we've definitely seen Xenon pick up the likes of Mai. Sometimes we've seen the Frost come through as well. But again, these mid laners are amazing within this Season 1 Invitational. And we were speaking about this prior, is what kind of matchups are we looking forward to the most? Like these micro matchups that we see within these bigger face-offs between Alpha 7 and Stalwart Esports. Personally, it's the like of seeing how Ray and Benignus go head-to-head, how Suits and Ray go head-to-head as well. And just all these little bits, all these moving parts on the side of Alpha 7 and Stalwart Esports, but both of these teams looking very, very confident. But the thing that really strikes confidence in the side of Alpha 7 is when those player cards come up, the winning percentage is 100%. It's kind of like, there's no drop there. It's really there, and consistently we see Muster give it out the love heart to his significant other as well. So they're not just absolute victors, they are lovers and fighters, as I picked off before with Alpha 7, completely showing just all different kind of things that enable them to win. We saw when Coach Patella was having the interview, they were saying it's not only the skill of the players, it's not only the comfortability on these heroes, but it is their belief in God as well. So a lot of these things coming through that really prop up the victory for Alpha 7.
Absolutely, and both of these Titans will be fighting out in Game 1 of this Best of 5 series as we head into the draft, and we do see the same suspects here, Blam. It's always the same few, always banned out here. Princess Frost not going to see the light of day in this game. Da Qiao is still currently banned every single game of this tournament so far, and it's a shame, Blam, that such a flashy hero in the support role is never going to be having her time with the world.
Yeah, we can thank the minimum hero pool there for that one, as well as just the pure OP-ness of this hero as well. So we both discussed the great levels, how great Da Qiao is as a hero, and it's probably the reason why we're probably never going to see it within the rest of this Season 1 Invitational, unfortunately. But already starting to, you can feel the steam come off these team drafts right now. So we've got Zhang Fei come through, Lubin number 7, and then we've got Musashi as well, and we know Wawa loves that Lubin number 7. And then over to the side of Alpha 7, we have Muster with his Byron, and Selena is getting to pick up that Dolia, which is going to be interesting. Are we going to see that Kaiser jungle come through so we can get those huge 16 seconds of just invincibility and damage reduction on this hero?
Absolutely, and both of them have already picked up their marksman with the Huangzhong pickup on the side of Alpha 7. So the mid lane heroes, the two main mid lane heroes have been banned out so far, the Princess Frost and the Mai, which leaves potentially something like a Gun and More. Both of these teams have played quite a bit on the Gun and More, so we might see that be a ban as the last ban on maybe for the side of Stalwart Esports, since Alpha 7 does have the next pick. But let's see what they decide to pick out, because for Benignus, his hero is still not bad. They will take out the Kaiser, not allowing that Kaiser-Dolia combination, which leaves Alpha 7 open to pick up the Gun and More right here.
Absolutely. So that Kaiser ban coming through towards the end there, and a little bit of a strange miscellaneous ban there for the Liam Po. They clearly don't understand that Mijoj, as we know, was swapped out for Kai because he doesn't play those tanky team comps, especially in the clash lane. So we have a little bit of a potentially misread ban there, because I don't think that was going to come upon the cards for Stalwart Esports, obviously because the jungle is up, so we're not going to see Liampo in the jungle either, and we haven't really seen these tanks that come through on Shock VR 23, where we saw those jungle tanks coming through, and just as I say it, we do see a jungle tank coming through who I've been speaking about in the entirety of the Season 1 Invitational, and it is Atta coming through in the jungle.
It's about time Atta has been picked up here for the side of Alpha 7. He's one of those, flashier heroes as well, one of the signature heroes, if I'm not mistaken, for the side of Alpha 7. It is one of their substitutes, most played heroes. But of course, I'm pretty sure the rest of the team on Alpha 7 have a lot of experience playing with it, and Redingus definitely has what it takes to play it as well. Dharma and Zhou Yu picked up here from the side of Stalwart Esports. So they have their mid lane and their clash lane with the Dharma.
Absolutely, and this is our favorite thing yesterday, Zero, was the fact that these team comps coming through now are completely different to what we've been seeing for the rest of the group stages, and it's really exciting, and we get to see Suits on that Ganmo pick that he loves. Not quite Angela coming through there, because I thought the Angela pick may have been a great one for that mid lane, because it enables you to stay from a very safe distance, still be able to assault the Zhou in the Zhou in the mid lane, and you also get that CC immunity as well as your ultimate. And we've seen Suits play the Angela very well with that CC immunity mechanic come through also. But look at these team comps, they are really fleshing out here. Clue gets his Zhang Fei, Wawa gets his Luban, and we're seeing Zenon on a new hero. We see Ray on the Musashi, and then Mijoj on the Dharma as well, which we haven't quite, I don't think we've seen it all yet on the side of Stalwart Esports.
Absolutely. This is going to be some fresh heroes, some fresh compositions on both ends. We haven't really seen this sort of 5-hero pairing. But it is going to come down to, the execution and team fight. Both sides have quite a bit of team fight on their in their lineup. We've got the Zhou Yu providing that huge team fight potential, and of course on the side of Alpha 7, you've got the Huang Zhong as well as the Atta being able to contribute a lot in these team fights. Not to mention, of course, Suits on his gut and more as well. So lots of bursts. Lots of magical bursts coming from Alpha 7, while Stalwart Esports wants to take the longer fight. They want to drag out the fight as long as possible, allow this Luban number 7 to pick people off one by one. That will be the game plan for the side of Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of lockdown on the side of Stalwart Esports as well, especially with the Zhou Yu. If we can see this hero or even Zenon really utilize the wind and fire mechanic of this hero, we could see a huge area of potential stun, potential CC coming through on the side of Stalwart Esports. But less surmising, we are getting into game 1 of the semi-finals between Stalwart Esports against Alpha 7, the only MENA region representative going against the first seed of the Brazilian region. And I don't think it could be any more exciting than these matchups already, and I think it's just going to be a pure day of pure brawling. A lot of best plays coming through just to try and retain that finalist champion status from either of these teams.
Top lane, a lot of pressure being put on towards Mijoj right here. Already down to half health, with Suits there allowing Mustard to be able to steal the jungle creep. The rotations from the Musashi are, as well as the Zhou Yu, is a bit late over here, but they probably was not in any position. They felt like probably Mijoj wasn't in any danger, just probably maybe losing a little bit of experience, a little bit of gold, but overall in the grand scheme of things, not a huge issue for Mijoj to just continue staying in the lane. So one thing about the Zhou Yu is that it's really great against the Huang Zhong as well, being able to do damage and stun him up without needing to get into a dangerous range And we all know what huge range Aomine has on that Huangzhong.
Yeah, especially paired with the Dolia as well, getting 2 of those executed ultimates also on the side of Huangzhong. But we could see Mijoj go down here. Atta coming through with the first blood. So Benignus in true Benignus fashion, getting that first blood on the cards for Alpha 7. And this is the reason why they've been storing up this Atta pick, it seems, because we saw it so much within ChapPR and it was so good. And was the reason why there was waiting until last minute. And then we get another pickup for Benignus as well in the mid lane. It is not stopping there. They are looking for pickups across the map.
Yeah, with the Atta, you want to play aggressive, you want to play you want to roam around the map and create map pressure across whenever you have your buffs and items ready. Because of his early game lockdown potential, he has that wall which is impossible terrain, and if you just get blocked off in a bad position, you are pretty much just dead as long as you have one sort of follow-up damage, be it the Gun and More with his nuke, be it the Byron with his physical damage. There's just so many pairings, so many ways he can get kills, that's why we see Benignus playing so actively across the map. He's not busy farming the jungle, he's not only playing one area of the map. You see him roaming up, down, left and right, and that creates a lot of pressure on towards the side of Stalwart Esports, because when you have this Zero, that's semi-tank bruiser which has crowd control and also CC immunity, what are you really going to do about it? You really just have to play S5, or he will just do whatever he wants on the map.
Yeah, I mean, we see Atta being a better version of Dun, but potential Atta go takedown, Zeden getting the first kill for Stalwart Esports against Benignus. There is a bit of a clash on that red side of the jungle. Mijo going in onto Mustar, taking down another kill onto Alpha 7. That was the brawl that Stalwart Esports needed to be straight still in this match against the Brazilian Titans, Alpha 7. So well played there to both Mijoj and Zeden for picking up a kill for their team.
Yeah, we were talking about how they need to punish this Atta's aggressive play, and they did exactly that. Put 5 members on him in that engagement, and when the Atta is tanky when you're up against 1, 2, or maybe 3 heroes, but with the Luba number 7 dealing pure damage, he's just gonna melt through him really quickly, and they managed to stave off the bleeding by picking him off, as well as getting another kill as well on towards Mustard.
Yes, Benignus using that teleportation mechanic that we've been seeing a very small use of within this Season 1 invitation, but it's a really great way to get around the map, especially when the likes of the Tyrant is now spawned as well. It means you don't have to travel all the way through that river just to get all the way to the glory of the Tyrant, and it's looking like Stalwart Esports don't really want to contest the Tyrant because it would mean Musashi rotating all the way from the Clash lane, since he went to prioritize the Sage buff, which we could all say in his own right is probably a good thing for him. The Sage buff on the side of Atta isn't really as detrimental because he has low cooldowns anyway, but Ray, Mijoj already in the mid lane, Dolia coming up from the farm lane as well, whilst Wawa was just left down there to farm. He is waiting to get the true potential of Leuven when he gets those items in his possession. But we're seeing a great rotate here from Suits and Benignus to catch out Mijoj, but Mijoj actually flashes out of there, or dashes as well, just to stay alive. So once that was going on, that was a big distraction. What Stalwart Esports needed to take out Selena and Almighty as well, and potentially trade that turret that they lost in the Clash lane for that farm lane. But we could see a second tier turret go down here as well, and we're only 5 minutes in.
Yeah, that's a good trade, the best that Stalwart Esports could hope for. Getting 2 kills and a tower, stopping the Huangzhong from reaching his late game potential any quicker is going to be great as well. So with 4 of your members halfway across the map, that's probably the best you can hope for. And they are in time to be able to get the Sage Golem buff as well. So not too bad here from Stalwart Esports. They aren't that far behind in terms of gold. Just one team fight would get them the lead, and they are also leading in terms of the kills as well. So overall, still a very even game across both ends, and we haven't really seen Alpha 7 take any of these even games. But this top trade-off for the potential mid is not something that I would recommend Stalwart Esports to do. They have to defend this mid lane tower with your life, because if you lose that, you lose control on one half of the map, and you definitely do not want that to happen.
No, so Stalwart Esports doing a great effort there to open up the sides of the map there, but Benigna's goes straight back in onto Zen, and he is not happy about that first kill that Zen got onto him. But again, we see Clue come through with Ray. It's not quite that 1-1 trade we were really hoping for there, as Wawa took a while to rotate around. Then we see Clue trying to push back and stop that mid lane turret takedown back up the Q4. Mijoj taking down Suit, but he's taken down as well. That CC immunity from Muster allows him to get in, but it's a trade between Atas and Wawa again. But now that all-important mid turret opens up, unfortunately, for Stalwart Esports, and there is a lot more to be claimed here by Alpha 7 in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, something like that whole fight went 2 for 4 in the favor of Alpha 7. They got 4 kills as well as the mid tier 1 tower. And I think a lot of that happened because Wawa decided to finish. He did not decide to finish his Blood Weeper, and in fact decided to complete the Eternity Blade first. So if he had that little bit of lifesteal, that would have allowed him to just stand in that fight, and Muster, along with Benignas, would not have enough burst damage to finish him off. So that might come back to haunt them in the future. Obviously, Wawa will complete the Blood Weeper next to be able to allow him to stay in these fights longer. But, you know, just these tiny details could change the outcome of the entire game by itself.
Yeah, we can see from the leaderboard there that Dharma's really struggling in terms of that economic growth on his hero alone, because we see that Byron is pretty much 2k ahead, which for the Clash lane that's meant to be your micro minister is a little bit of a devastating blow. And with the minions rocking around here and all of Alpha 7 on this second tier turret, they are going to lose it again. So Stalwart Esports really allowing their jungle to be opened up once more. It is just slowly just being more and more given away as a peace treaty to Alpha 7, it seems.
Yeah, they still need a bit of time to get their next tier of items. That's why they decided not to pick that contest, and will be happy with getting these smaller objectives across the map. They do get the Shadow Overlord, which will allow them to fight. But here Wawa gets caught in a bad position, but luckily he still has that flicker. Clue has his ultimate form, so he isn't in any danger whatsoever.
Yep, Clue really keeping the team alive there, or at least the Dharma and the Wawa, and Wawa having his flash really saved him, because that would have been a crucial piece of CC onto the Luban, and it could have been a 4v5 we could be seeing here. But with the help of the Overlord, we have those Vanguards going around to these Clash lanes and side lanes for a help and aid that is needed on the side of Stalwart Esports. If Stalwart Esports could just play for that mid lane turret and open that up, I think we could probably see a little bit of a bounce back for the team here, because in terms of the goal, it's only a roughly 2k difference, which isn't the the be-all or end-all for Stalwart Esports, but there is still a lot of mistakes that could be made that could set up for a potential domination.
Yeah, most of this difference is all on the Clash laners. The difference between Muster and Miho is pretty high right now. It's like 2,000 gold difference between the both of them. So, I almost forgot the Tyrant, but they managed to get it in time, and Stalwart Esports will be able to get the Overlord as well. So, pretty even trade as a whole. Ray might be in some trouble, but Nina's trying to go for the kill. Zhang Fei will try and save him up with his ultimate, knocking them back, and that should be enough to force Stalwart Esports to defend their high ground for the moment without the ultimate. But with the Shadow Overlord, they should be able to create pressures across other sides of the map. Wow, taking a lot of damage from the Huangzhong, almost falling. Just with one more hit, he probably would have died there, but fortunately able to survive with his lives. Nina down to half health from the chip damage coming from the Zhou as well. Oh, a lot of that damage being dealt towards Clue, but Clue again able to survive, and they will be able to hold their high ground for a little bit longer.
Yes, and I think this is kind of like the last bastion hope here for Stalwart Esports in game one, is holding on to those higher ground turrets. If they don't, it then becomes a pressured play where your back is against the ropes. And going into the semifinals, we knew this wasn't going to be easy, but it's definitely not the situation you want to be put in game one. But what we've seen throughout the entire of the tournament is going into game two, we see a huge improvement. It isn't over yet, but for the footing that Alpha 7 have right now and the tempo they've set up for themselves in all 3 lanes, is going to be hard for them to really upset on the side of Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, definitely. They need to take this first game and take the lead. But this fight is not something I like. Musashi towards the backlines, killing the gun and more as well. And maybe going for one more. Yes, the Selena as well. So huge trade-off here. Going towards the way of Stalwart Esports. Wawa is still alive, but he's caught out in a bad position. The Wawa is already dead. Xenon trying to do his best, but he will fall towards the Huangjong as well. What seemed to be a great engagement that for the side of Stalwart Esports fell apart because they lost Wawa in that fight. Clue couldn't keep him alive long enough.
Yeah, I started sweating there for Alpha 7. I was like, oh, okay, Ray popping up for the double kill. But yeah, once Wawa gets taken out of that situation, Benignus has a free reign with Atta as well. So it becomes even harder to close this hero down. But down goes the first higher ground turret by Muster and Omaini as well, as a double effort to take that mid lane high ground, which is going to make this game and these lane pressures a lot harder for Stalwart Esports when we have those enhanced minions rock around with those hammer fists that really do damage that crystal if you leave them. So let's not leave Baby in the corner. Let's be on the defensive, but look for those little trades that we just saw there, because if we can see something replicate what just happened with Ray on the side of Stalwart Esports, picking up a double kill, but also keeping himself alive and Wawa alive, we can see a great pickup here for Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to the item difference. Like you can see Huangjong completed his Blood Weeper while Wawa's playing a bit more greedier. He's trying to complete his Daybreaker and instead does not complete his Blood Weeper. So that little bit of extra lifesteal does come huge into these prolonged fights. And we see Huangjong was just able to stay in those fights for a very long time, while Wawa, if he gets just get caught out there by the Byron or the Atta, he just falls without having any way to really fight back.
Yes, absolutely. Could the choice for Wawa be the thing that could really upset these team fights? We can only hope that they leave it and last a little bit longer here, but Ray getting chased down by Muster, and he's been thrown to the back of the queue there, takes down Ganamo, but it is a double kill for Huangjong there, picking up a 2-1 trade on the side of Alpha 7. Muster is still looking pretty healthy, as well as Benignus on the Atta. We have the Vanguards coming down in the Clash lane as well, but this is going to be the most important part of this match. Can we see them last past the 16-minute mark? Muster being super aggressive, taking down both Wawa and Zenon in the mid there. Mijo managed to get back to the base, but we have the Vanguard there. We have 4 of Alpha 7 at the Crystal, and it is going to be a takedown in game 1 for Alpha 7, taking the first point on the board.
Yeah, early game looks so good for the side of Stalwart Esports. They managed to hold on the early game aggression that, you know, Alpha 7 is known to play. They got to the mid game, but unfortunately, just one engagement started the cascading effect. And then, you know, Byron was just absolutely out of control here from the side of Alpha 7. Muster played phenomenally, knowing what his target is and always going for his target every single time. The flicker towards the backlines and then stunning them out for the Atta to follow up was absolutely perfect. And that was just a well-executed late-game team fights coming from the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a downer there on the side of Stalwart Esports was the Dharma pick. We saw that economic difference very early on and maintained throughout the rest of the game. We saw that Muster on the Byron is 12k, whilst Mijoj on the Dharma is only 8.3, so we see a lot of difference in terms of the effort to get this farm up on the side of Alpha 7 in the Clash lane, and then we see that replicate as well. But we could also give that aid to the 6-1 KDA by Omaini in the the farm lane, against Wawa's 2-3 and only 9k. So again, the difference isn't as great in the farm lane, but it really would have aided Alpha 7's positioning to get that first point on the board.
Absolutely. This is learnings that, Stalwart Esports have to take. The series is not over yet. You can still learn in between series as well. So they did great in the early to mid game. It's just the late game cleanups they have to do. And of course, Miho has to find that fine balance between being able to progress in terms of his items and also being there for those team fights, because he definitely, that difference, we saw a 2k goal difference in the middle of the game. That was all just on Miho compared to Muster. It was just on the clash lane difference. Everyone else was pretty much even in terms of gold.
And this is one of the consistent things we've been picking up throughout the entire of Season 1 Invitational, is just the level of macro. We saw a much better macro effort from Wawa, which it's not necessarily always the farm laner's job to do that. It's definitely a clash lane availability there, but I think that is definitely well deserved. As much as we want to see Benignus top VKS1's MVP stint there, but Muster gets it with the fantastic macro, with the huge economic difference to his enemy clash lane, and just pure aggression towards the end of that game, being able to close that match for Alpha 7.
Absolutely, he played amazing this game. The early game aggression, knowing his targets, and then always going for the same targets every single time was absolutely beautiful. That's what you need to do when you're playing against Eluban number 7. Look at this, he flickers towards the back line, looks for Wawa. Now that Wawa's a bit too far, he turns around and goes for him once again. He always goes for Wawa. Wawa's worst nightmare right now is named Muster, and he carries a huge mace, axe, I don't even know what you call it, a hammer maybe, but he definitely is the bane of Wawa in this game, and he is going to be dreaming of him for days to come. Look at this once again, Muster straight toward the back line, no way for Wawa to survive there, and that closes the game out here for Alpha 7, because they will take game 1 of this best of 5 series.
Absolutely. I mean, we could all decide whether Byron's weapon is a hammer, is it a mace, or is it just a weapon for punishment? And clearly it was there, with Muster picking up the MVP in game 1 between Stalwart Esports and Alpha 7. I honestly think the Dharma was a dampening pick within the team comp. Yes, we know that this hero is great in terms of the tier list and where he sort of sits in the hierarchy of these clash lane heroes, but you've really got to do more. He's a multifaceted hero. He's not just stick in your lane, try and do stuff, try and get your one over onto the Byron. It is more so about that macro and trying to work him into these rotations. We saw a few kills there. I think it was like 2 kills that Mijo got on the board, but compared to Muster, just as we saw from that replay, dives in for Wawa, doesn't quite get him. He goes back around, reignites, goes into the turret, takes the turret, and then starts abusing Wawa once again. And because that turret's gone, there's nothing that the Wawa could have done into that Byron aggressive play.
Hey, at least that Dharma wasn't a done. Then we would have been even worse. So obviously, Stalwart Esports have some things to fix, especially on the clash lane, which has been, their little Achilles heel at the moment, their little crutch that has been stopping them from reaching the heights that we think that they have the potential to reach. So
yes,
it's time to buckle down here from the side of Stalwart Esports and find a good situation, find a situation that they can lead the team into to allow them to unlock the full potential of that clash lane.
Absolutely. I mean, it wasn't a smooth breeze there for Alpha 7. There was a bit of a struggle, a bit of a great effort of fight there on the side of Stalwart Esports. But again, this is what we always see when we see teams come against Alpha 7, is that they learn mid-game. They learn what the hardship is, or where those strengths are, or where they lie on the side of their enemies. And then they go into the 10th minute, they figured it out, and then they play accordingly to those strengths that then become weaknesses because they know how to counter them. just like the Byron with the Wawa. We saw Wawa dominate the Atta pick very early on with that true damage. But then it was basically Musta's main priority, other than the macro, was to go for that Luban pick and take him out. And then Atta knew he was happy, he was safe. And then all they needed to do was create a fissure within the team, get Hwan Jong to get those double ults from the Dolia, and it was pretty much closing the doors on the side of Alpha 7, slamming it into Stalwart Esports' face.
Yeah, all of this, of course, comes with experience, and we do know Alpha 7 has chuck tons of experience, and they will need it every single game, as we will head to a short break before we come back to game 2 of this best of 5 series. Don't go anywhere.
Mecha operated!
It shows like it is a very high skill category, high skill ceiling. You have to play well to prevent any sort of impact, but you don't need to do that with the but it's not a good
Destroy!
As flashy as that, and he's flashing, he is getting one kill, gets a double, goes for a bit more, he might be the next one on his list.
I hunt in the water.
And it was the final fight, so he's fighting on it, so he gets the first thing from as well, and will be managing to get teammates, the entire team, but it will be snip, and now we're ending the game as they will take a
Come on! Here's you, the crybaby. This is Xiao Yu. Pinky swear, we promise. Brothers always stay together.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns.
Below the Great Wall lies mine.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la. La la la. La la.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back, and welcome to those new joining at home. I am Blam, and with me, as always, is Zero, and this is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1 Semi-finals, and game number 1 is between Stalwart Esports against Alpha 7. Alpha 7 already having 1 win on the board. How are we feeling, Zero?
Yeah, Alpha 7 definitely, is showing why they are one of the best teams in the world. But Stalwart Esports is definitely giving them a challenge because we've seen Alpha 7 when they play against much weaker opponents or even opponents that's not on their level, they stomp them in 8-9 minutes. But Stalwart Esports managed to fend them off towards the late game, and that is a little bit of the respect that Alpha 7 gives to Stalwart Esports, knowing that this is a team that can take a map away from them, that can take a victory away from them. We've almost seen it during the group stages as well, when one of the games that Alpha 7 played against Stalwart Esports went towards the 22nd minute mark, and I hope to see it repeat in this group stage, in this knockout stage as well, because Stalwart Esports is definitely one of those teams that a 0-3 scoreline would not befit what they are really made of.
Absolutely, but it also then shows that Alpha 7 were pulling their punches, but now they are just unvetted, just unpunishing punches on the side of Alpha 7. If that is the case, if we do see a 3-0 come through on the side of Alpha 7. But a little bit of a change here in the first bans. The Chow has not been banned for the first time. Yes, she comes through. Finally, oh my days, we finally get the Chow, but unfortunately for Stalwart Esports, it's on the side of Alpha 7.
Oh my. We finally see her on the board. I'm so happy. Not as happy as when I saw Shoye, but this is probably the second happiest moment of my entire journey in the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational. Da Qiao is on the board. Jing as well on Vindictus. Oh, we are in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be Alpha 7 trying to just flex on Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, I mean, those 3 picks straight away for Alpha 7, I'm looking at this like, okay, what can Stalwart Esports bring to the table? And we're looking at picks. They steal suits his Ganmo, so he's not going to get that. He's not going to get the Princess Frost, but I'm pretty sure we saw him on the Lady Zen as well. So that could be a pickup here for Alpha 7 in that mid lane. Or we could see the Chow go to the mid lane. We don't know where this is going to go. We've not seen him played at all within this meta, but we are going to assume that it's going to go over to Selena, but we could be wrong. But look at those bans there. So Mai gets taken out, Lubin and Consort U as well. And then on the side of Stalwart Esports, Princess Frost, we've already mentioned, Bang, and then Liam Po. We're looking into the 4th and final ban. But what are we thinking about Stalwart's team comp here already?
They've got lots of crowd control, they got lots of team fight potential. They just need a more mobile marksman that they don't have to really care about protecting. They don't want a Huang Zhong here. They want a Diren J, but that was banned out there for Alpha 7. So Marco Polo looks like probably the best marksman to be picked up here for the side of Stalwart Esports, or a Consort U will be perfect as well. Having that physical immunity allows him to ignore the Jing as well as the Arlie. Let's see if it's either one of these 2 marksmen. Any other marksman would be a lot weaker in terms of just having to survive on his own, because if you look at the heroes from the side of Alpha 7, they can get to you no matter where you are, no matter how well you're positioned. With the Arlie as well as the Jing, they can dive very deeply towards the back lines. So you need a marksman that is self-sufficient. And oops, little Buggy over here, even though Buggy's no longer...
Yeah, Buggy's not in this one. NRX Buggy causing a stir up on the draft there, but yeah, we do see potentially the Alessio come through. I am very disappointed in Stalwart Esports for not taking off the Byron off the cards, because I don't think we would have seen Muster go for the Atta pick, because they already have their jungle. They have Jing, so I'm not too sure where this Atta pick comes from, or the Atta ban comes from there, because if that Byron's up, we're more likely going to see Muster pick that up. And If it wasn't for the Byron, it would have been a Mulan, and we know that Mulan's not been banned here either, but we see that the Charlotte has been opened up onto the side of Stalwart Esports, but I am so excited for this Chao pick. Like, we've been waiting since day one for this hero to come through and creep through the crack. She's no longer 100% ban rate, but still in that 90% percentile. So it's going to be interesting if we see the Chao come through and work very well. And it is going to go in the mid like we originally thought, because they have the Dong Huang in the support lane.
Yeah, this is one of the two roles that having the Da Chao is available to you. You can flex it, whether in the support, because she does fantastically, and even in the mid, she can do a lot of damage in these team fights. And having the Byron as well as the Dong Huang does round up the lineup for the side of Alpha 7 pretty well. And of course, Malignus on the Jing. Need I say more?
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky Game 2 for Stalwart Esports, but we can only hope that what they've picked up in that draft is really going to make us consider otherwise, because we haven't seen the Prince of Lanling come through too much, but he is one of these heroes that has an invisible mechanic to his kit, but when he's near you, you have those flashing little symbols on your head, so you know when he's nearby, whereas the likes of the Jing, you can see her, but can you catch her? And the only hero that could have really caught out the Jing has definitely gone onto the side of Alpha 7 as well, so they've picked up possibly the only counter that was potential worthy for Stalwart Esports to pick up there, which is the Dong Huang. And we go into Game 2, the Chao. There she is, gracing that mid lane, and we are definitely excited because we've been waiting for this for so long. It feels, again, like you said, you were hyped for the show you picked yesterday, but this is different.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that first, the first kill coming from Suits. Immediately clears the wave. That's how strong she is. But yeah, back to your Jing point. Like, yes, they don't have a direct counter to the Jing. They don't have the Dong Huang on their side. So what the next best thing that they could do is put pressure on the Jing, steal her blue buffs, invade her jungle constantly, don't allow her to have a great first 4 minutes, because that's the first 4 minutes where Jing needs to be able to get to her strength, which is at the level 4. So if you're letting her just do whatever she wants in her own jungle, she's gonna come out and do whatever she wants to your backline. So you have to stop her from that phase itself. But looks like the Jing is not going to be uncontested. Xenon rotating towards the bottom side here. Suits is here as well. The slows and the knockbacks coming from the Da Chao is definitely stopping their aggression here, and Wawa is not going to be able to do any more damage other than what he's already done.
Yeah, like you said earlier, Suits already showing the wave clear potential of this hero in the mid lane already, and Benignus with Suits going in onto Zenith and Ray. Could we get a first blood already? 2 minutes on the board? Not quite, because neither of them were able to catch each other. We had Ray be able to disengage, and then Zenon didn't entertain that gank any further. But Suits here with Ray as well, pre-countering that gank there. But the effectiveness of the Chao with the wave clear really gives her a fast option to rotation, which is going to be a problem for Stalwart Esports, because Alpha 7, even without that kind of mechanic in their possession, already have amazing rotation skills and tactics.
Yeah, rotations are definitely very fast here with the Da Chao able to provide passive move speed to his teammates that allows them to be 10% faster when they're rotating across the map. You see that is what the blue little bond she creates with another closest ally is. That's the move speed buff that she can give. So definitely allows both her and the Dong Huang to be able to move across the map really quickly. So far, the Da Chao has not bought out her gem, which allows her to teleport her teammates back to the fight after telling you, oh, Ray coming onto the backline, but the knockback is going to stop the aggression coming from the Prince of Lanling, and Ray is not going to be able to find anything else. Benignus trying to go for a little bit more. The Sage Golem buff is their target here, and they rotate 5 heroes here towards the bottom side. Take the Sage Golem buff. Zhang Fei ultimate is used, but they send the Jing back all the way home, knowing that they have got what they came for, and they will go for something else after that.
Yeah, we saw within that little collage the brawl, because there's nothing really that came out on top of that. There was just literally just brawling. We saw Muster do a great teleport down to the bottom half to obviously aid his team there, but Selena almost getting picked off between not only the Zenin on the Ganmo, but also the long range and homing missiles of Wawa, because that's now off cooldown. We saw that barrage came through, as well as Zenin's ult. They're trying to just ult one of these enemy heroes able just to pick up a kill on the board, because we would have seen already a double kill on the board for Alpha 7 already last game, but this is definitely a more of a slow brew. The teabag is in the cup, soaking in that hot water, and we're just waiting for something to happen on the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, Alpha 7 looks to take this Tyrant, and they should be able to go for it. Oh, a very interesting sort of synergy between Aomine as well as Zeus is that Aomine can use his umbrella, teleport back to base, and then teleport back immediately to where the umbrella is. So, oh, Zeus gets knocked down by Wow. A huge pick off there on the side of Stalwart Esports. Zhang Fei pops the ultimate. Ray in some trouble. He's caught up in no man's land. He will get brought down there by Muster. So 1-for-1 trade so far. They do lose the Prince of Lanling, but at least Wawa is left alive, and they do need all the damage that he can get to progress towards the late game. Selena not gonna fall to Xenon there, popping his ultimate, but they will try and take this tier 1 bottom tower, which is as good as they can get at the moment. And they should be able to get this. No, they will clear out the creep wave just in time. Aomine playing aggressively. No ultimate on Wawa, or else that was a kill on towards Aomine as well.
Yeah, that would have been beautifully played there. And again, we're seeing that Ali mechanic being used by the Joe. And look how quick that recall is. It's just almost diminishes your recall time. There's just nothing to it. It's crazy. Like, that should be abused and used, and clearly it is here for Alpha 7. But fair play to Stalwart Esports for picking up that first blood, however. We see that teleportation, but also damages the enemy teams there into it, and it must have come through the portal, just like an absolute villain there, to come and take down that first tier turret in the farm lane, whilst they leave the Tyrant. I thought that would have been a natural rotation to go to the Tyrant, but it looks like they want to stop Mijo getting that turret steal in the Clash lane.
Yeah, look at how Alpha 7 is moving across the map. They really prioritize this whole macro play. The moment Muster rotated down bottom and saw the Charlotte left unattended, he immediately moved towards top. There's no quarter being given to anyone trying to get their real estate here. They want to defend every single tower as long as they have the numbers, and that will definitely pay off, because those towers are openings to your bases. Xenon in trouble. He's getting burst down there. Ray trying to get a kill onto his Benignus, but he is a tough kill. And the suppression does come through onto his Clue, so he did tank it for him. He pops the ultimate and will be able to stay alive for the moment. Ray does not have his invisibility for Muster diving behind the tower, but will not commit for more, as they will try and get a tier 1, will successfully take it as well. The mid tier 1 does fall. Charlotte did not rotate, so that was a 5 versus 4 fight, and Stalwart Esports definitely the losers out of the entire engagement.
Yeah, that mid turret going down a lot quicker than the first game. So again, massive pressure on the side of Stalwart Esports. Mr. Coach Handsome is not going to be too impressed with that one. And we saw Ray thinking he had the 1-up on Aomine there, but then we have the Dong Huang, and we have the Chow come through as well, just to aid that Ali, making sure she is still on that no-death run. Jing looking to push that second tier turret in the farm lane as well. It is just... Alpha 7 really showing their true colors here, because when we saw them in the group stages go against Stalwart Esports, there was a glimmer of hope. In the last game, there was a glimmer of hope. And here, Ray on the Prince of Landling just doesn't seem to be the jungle that they needed. The stun coming through there. Oh, we see Wawa escape, but he's going to escape for longer. We see Benigna's take down Ray. Mijoj goes down as well. It is a 3-0 trade for Alpha 7 again. This is the punishment that happens when you allow the Chao to go on the board.
Yeah, they play so aggressively for the side of Alpha 7, knowing that they have a get out of jail free card with the teleportation from Suits. And from what we can see from Suits so far, he has been on point. He's been running around with Selena, allowing the rotations across the map really quickly. And that allows, that just reduces the time that Alpha 7, that Stalwart Esports has to react when you're moving across the map so quickly. Oh, Suits might be some trouble. He uses the flicker and manages to escape from Ray, but that will also mean that they will give up the Sage Golem buff towards Ray, who needs it as much as they can get. Pops the ultimate here to try and steal it. And we'll get it on the Dachao, which is scary. The suppression on towards Wawa. Wawa will fall. Master will be the one to pick up that kill. And this might be the opening they need to push up to the tier 3, or at least get another objective across the map. That will be the mid-tier 2 tower. We see Ray in the invisibility form there, trying to find a target, but without another initiator, he is not going to find a target very easily. He needs someone else to go in front first, soak up the attention, then go for the backlines. And all of that lies in the hands of Miho, who has not yet have a great game on this Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte is one of those heroes that just has such a skill cap there, and when you've been put under pressure by Alpha 7 with not only just the fast rotations, but they are cutting corners wherever they can with this time-bending hero that is the Chao, and is the reason why the Chao hasn't come through since day one, and only getting into the semifinals to show herself and rear those ugly colors that we see right now, because she seems harmless, but she's causing so much disruption to Stalwart Esports. They just don't know where to go. Still only on 1 kill. They are way behind by 6k gold. It is just a hard defeat here that is just brewing on the side of Stalwart Esports in game 2.
Absolutely. Another Sage Golem buff there for Jing, and Benignus will be able to play aggressively. Wawa might be in a bad position. They're trying to go for Muster, and not the easiest target to go for. Look how tanky he is. Niwa bottom side. We do have the summoning from Suits. He gets everybody there, and they might try to end the game right here and now, because 4 heroes are on the top trying to finish off Muster. Muster was just the bait, the Trojan horse, because they're trying to go for a crystal. Is there a defense coming in? The suppress, and they will get the crystal with the speed and aggression that is showcased here from Alpha 7. We will not be seeing the Dachao ever let through the ban pole, especially against Alpha 7.
Yeah, a little bit feeling sick in my stomach with how they just didn't navigate, knowing that that was within the potential of the Chao, just knowing that they can teleport wherever they want to. They have no bounds on the gorge when this gorgeous hero, the Chao, comes through, and you come through the teleport with her, and then end the game just peeping that 10-minute mark, which is crazy in the semi-finals. But did we expect anything different from Alpha 7? No.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, that you can see that as a very coordinated play as well. Muster knew that he had to die there to allow his team that uncontested attack on the crystal. So he just stood there, took the fight 1 versus 4, knowing that his death will be not in vain, as they will end the game. And he had absolute trust in his teammates. He gave up his life, and that allowed the rest of his team to break the crystal. What an amazing showcase of that hero. And sure, the stat line isn't really flashy for the Dachao. I mean, 0, 1, and 8. The net worth is only slightly above Selena on the Donghuang, but she is flashy in completely different ways.
Yeah, it really shows how this hero isn't really reliant on items, because it's all about the utility of her kit, which when you have a hero like that, it really shows you the skill cap as well, because it means that getting your items isn't going to make you the best version of this hero, but understanding the utility, the timing, the way these skills interact with one another is going to really make you a master compared to just a mister on this hero. But if you just look at the stats overall, there was no real jungle objectives taken. It was just all about that turret game. It was just all about the aggression in the lanes. As we saw, only 8 kills on the board, which isn't huge, but Almighty does pick up the MVP there. They're denying Benignas in this MVP pick, but when we see heroes like the Chow come through, it's really hard to give over that MVP pick just because we want to give Benignas the most MVPs, but he has, if it ends in game 3, he has only 1 game to get that MVP, because next is up VKS, and VKS1 is probably going to gun for those.
I will start a petition to give Suits the MVP in this game, because the macro play, the rotations was absolutely on point. 100% team fight participation on both Suits and Almine is very crucial for this game. It wasn't the kills, it wasn't just them winning the lanes. It was all these movements across the map, and it is the reason they won, being able to play so aggressively, teleporting everyone here at this bottom. And look at what Master does. He goes back up to the top, looking for a fight, gives up his life, and knowing that that is for an absolutely great cause, that allowed them to get this victory. So Alpha 7 playing fantastically like a team, but the petition will go on. Remember, ladies and gentlemen who are watching at home and at the venue, do sign the petition to give Suits MVP for that game.
MVP for picking the most broken champion hero in the game, it seems. And just showing why this hero has been banned since day 1 of Season 1 Invitational is just a great display there by Alpha 7. And I can't think of a better team to have picked the hero to really show and showcase the skill that can be provided and the playmaking potential that can be provided. But can Stalwart Esports bring it a point into Game 3? It'll be very soon. We find out after this short break.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Game 3 of the first semi-finals match within the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational in Turkey. I am Blam, for those new joining at home or at the venue, and with me, as always, is the ever-excited, the Chow fanatic, Zero. How's it going?
Yeah, it was fun while it lasted, but I don't think we'll be seeing that hero ever again in this tournament. So back to the ban phase, you go, Dachao. That's going to be all we see from you this in this entire tournament. But yeah, Alpha 7 definitely showcasing why that hero deserves that 100% ban rate up till now. Probably a small error from the side of Stalwart Esports to let it through. Maybe it was a challenge. Like, hey, you know, pick up the Dachao, we have got a counter to it, but it definitely did not seem that way as they just got manhandled moving across the entire map. So Stalwart Esports down 0-2 right now. Their last legs of this tournament. This could be their last game on the main stage. That has to be a lot of pressure being put on your backs, because as the lone representative of the Middle Eastern region left in this tournament, you carry the hopes and dreams of every other country in this tournament.
Absolutely, and still first we see that the Mai comes through, not even first thinking, you know what, Mai can wait for second, but there it is, there's the Chow ban that we were speaking about in the brief break. And the only reason that hero came through is because Stalwart Esports banned Fang instead. It was just like, what is going on? And even here, it wasn't Stalwart Esports that banned the Chow. It was Alpha 7. They banned the Jing and then the Princess Frost instead. It's just like, what are we doing here, lads? What is going on? Are you trying to set up that 3-0? But Mijoj does take the Byron from Musta, but Musta is now going to be picking up the Charlotte.
Yep, and the Dalia once again picked up here from the side of Alpha 7. Selena has been absolutely amazing on it. So no reason not to pick it when it's led through the ban phase. And I just had a theory on why they didn't ban it, rather than the Fang. Could be just a small mistake, you know. I think they are next to each other in terms of like the heroes in the band. You have your heroes ordered alphabetically.
Okay. Potentially. Potentially.
I mean,
but what a big
DNF
mistake.
isn't that far.
What a big mistake. And we even saw that mistake roll through for 10 minutes. Only reason it lasted 10 minutes is because of that teleportation mechanic. Everyone was here. Everyone was there. Everyone was in the face of Stalwart Esports. But back on to the draft of Game 3. We got Clue picking up the Zhangfei again. He really wants his hero to work, and we've seen some really great pressure plays from the Zhangfei. It's just nothing really followed up. And then speaking of follow-ups, we get the Lady Sun pick, which again is just broadening that picture that Stalwart Esports are really trying to play this potential last game all the way to the late game, because a hero like Lady Sun needs that late game potential.
Yeah, but Huang Zhong is definitely on the pool if Alpha 7 wants to go for it, or if they want to end the game early. The Diren Jie and the Arlie, both of these heroes still left in the pool for them to pick up as well. The bans have been focused towards the mid lane with the Zhou Yu and also the Huang Zhong. So Huang Zhong actually not left in the pool. So it could be the Arlie or the Diren Jie or the Fang. Something more aggressive that will allow them to fight the early to mid game. So Alpha 7 will look to have an early dinner because they want to end this game quickly by the looks of their lineup.
Yeah, with the damage over time, we've seen the Dolia as well paired again with the Fang previously, and it's not a pretty sight because if Fang can get that damage over time onto you, or at least hit you with that passive and then get 2 of those swirling shurikens going, it's really hard trying to get a re-engage. Dun comes through in the jungle, but we get a Dio-chan as a bittersweet aftertaste. Let's see how Stalwart Esports brings this Dun, because we saw from yesterday in the last day of the quarterfinals, Dun did not have the performance that he deserves or needed. It was a really hard one to watch when that Dun pick came through, but we'll see what Stalwart Esports does with it. It does mean they've got 3 avenues of engage, especially if we see Vivo play the Byron like Mustard does, which is just pure aggression. If you can't get to the back of the line, you then recalculate your way back in as well. But yeah, let's see what they do. I mean, the Angela going over to Suits, the crucial theft stealer of the entire tournament so far, gets a great champion, a great hero.
Yeah, lots of early game potential here from the side of Alpha 7. The Fang, the Angela, as well as the Musashi is going to be in the faces of Stalwart Esports, who is running a mid to late game lineup with the Dio-chan as well as the Lady Sun. So they have to survive this early game. They do have the Byron and the Dun again to have, you know, a decent early game, but late game it will all fall back to how those 2 late game heroes perform on the side of Stalwart Esports. So not very enthused by the draft coming from the side of Stalwart Esports, but hey, they might get surprises once again.
Yeah, that Dun pick is always a dampener for us, isn't it? Especially after we saw how it performed in the quarterfinals. It didn't do too bad in the group stages. We saw some play-making potentials from the hero. But the thing is, we don't see a Brazilian team or KAOS, for that fact, pick up the Dun. And I'm pretty sure we didn't even see it on like the likes of Besiktas Esports. So it seems to be like a little bit of a tier thing, or especially within like how players' skills come through, is the Duns generally left on a lesser playing field compared to the likes of Alpha 7, who's never picked this hero.
Yeah, I think it's definitely for a good reason. But mid lane, a little bit of an engagement going on. Ray rotating in early as he needs to, trying to invade the jungle from the Musashi, trying to slow down Maligna's game, which is exactly what they need when they draft this hero. You have to invade the jungle, you have to play aggressively. They get the raise stage buff, so great start. They might get a kill to Selena. Selena dropping low, 1 more hit, and Byron gets the kill. Great start for Miho. That's going to allow him to have an advantage going to lane and redeem himself after a lackluster 2 games in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, picking the Byron is definitely, it's got 2 functions. You not only dampen Muster on the side of Alpha 7, but he does have a huge hero pool. But that Byron pick is definitely a staple pick for him because it allows him to do a lot within those team fights. And we've seen it over the past 2 games. And now he's being denied that. It goes over to the side of Stalwart Esports. But he does pick up the Charlotte. And thinking of picking up, we could see a pickup here for Hermione on Alpha 7 picking off Wawa. So there he goes, evening and equalizing the kill board there. Alpha 7 getting their first blood.
Not a great start there if you're Wawa with the Lady Sun. You want as good of a start as possible because Fang is one of those early game heroes. He's going straight for the Axe of Torment without the boots, so he's going to play very aggressively. Power damage is pretty heavy on the bottom side, already down to half health, so it's going to take just a couple more hits to bring it down. And with the Fang, every single time you leave the tower open to be hit, that's going to go down really quickly as well. So that's exactly what Almane is trying to do here, using his role to push out the wave and then trying to hit the tower as fast as he can.
Yeah, I think that was a great adjustment from Alpha 7 there, though, because we saw that it was like a 3-4 man gank into Alpha 7's jungle, which meant that, hey, Lady Sun must be left alone. So then we saw Alpha 7 get that 3v1 gank down into the farm lane. So really quickly adjusting to the information that they were given. And you can really see how this shows the level of skill on these players on Alpha 7 is that they are given information and they adapt very quickly. Mijoj looking for a teleportation, potentially down to the bot lane there, but nothing brews up, so a little bit of a bait it seems, because that now leaves open that clash lane, but it also means that Charlotte is able to pick up some of that jungle farm.
If they want to contest the Sage Golden buff, which is huge, they got it in the end. Miho dropping down very low, but with his teammates right behind him, Miho should be fine. They're trying to go for the Fang, but Fang is very hard to catch at this point in the game, so he will be able to survive for now. Overall, not much lost here from the side of Stalwart Esports. The Byron should be able to rotate back to the top lane just in time before it takes any further damage from the Charlotte. So they take that little victory, taking the Sage Golem buff away from Benignus, which is huge, stopping the Musashi's early game tempo. And I think, you know, this is probably the move to make. Try and slow down one of the heroes, knowing that the Byron has the upper hand against the Charlotte, and then trying to take the mid-game advantage from there.
Yep, speaking of Benignus, he does rotate around with the Musashi there, but Ray coming around as well. It's like as if they knew that 2v1 gank was about to take place at the Clash lane, and rightly so, because Musashi could have easily picked off the Byron there, especially with the aid of Charlotte. But like we say, Ray managing to steal that Sage buff of Musashi is huge, and we could see the first Tyrant go for Stalwart Esports, and Suits didn't manage to steal it. I am very shocked. Oh, Suits is losing his touch. His suit and tie are not quite straight.
He's washed. I'm kidding. I mean, you wouldn't expect to get it every single time.
You're washed, mate. You missed out a crucial theft. You're washed.
Yeah, Danny would have gotten that 100% of the time.
Yeah, I imagine that bruise.
Yeah, but here they're trying to get the Sage Golem buff. They get it once again. And I'm pretty sure Stalwart Esports is pretty happy with how the early game is going so far. They've managed to stop Benignus from really becoming an issue. He's only level 8 at this point. With all the rotations that Ray has been doing, he's still keeping on par in terms of the levels and definitely the farm as well. Because Benignus, without the Sage Golem buff, hasn't really been able to farm in the jungle as efficiently as he'd want to. And that allows Wawa to have a lot more time to get to her items. So great start here from Stalwart Esports. In the first 6 minutes of the game, they are controlling the entire map movement that we've seen what Alpha 7 has been doing for the past few games. So does bode well for me, I think, for the side of Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, as boring as the Dawn pick is, it's clearly serving a purpose here in terms of getting those pickups of the steals, but we do see the bottom lane turret goes down there, so tier 1 turret in true Alpha 7 fashion has been taken again. Zenon not checking the bush there. Oh, a little bit of a mishap going on for Zenon in the mid lane, but help from Ray to push that lane in the mid lane. We're looking at Musashi could go for a potential gank here, but teleportation maybe coming through on the side of Stalwart Esports. Now that his lane is pushed, is in that mid lane. Are they really gunning for this mid lane turret to be first? They're forgetting the side lanes and decided to shift their focus, but Musashi's looking for the teleport down as well, so it could be a 5v5 going on in this mid lane. Mijoj taking a lot of damage already, having to use that ult to get that shield, thanks to Suits for completely dominating the health of Byron. And then we see Zenon goes down thanks to Muster on the side of Alpha 7. Muster into the back of the queue there, onto Clue. Clue has to leap into the lane to try and stop that mid lane takedown, but Wawa is in trouble. Down goes Wawa. Benignus picking up the kill onto Wawa there, and Clue could potentially be next.
And he will be next. Benignus diving deep behind the tier 1s to try and get the kill. He might be in some trouble trying to man fight Ray here. Ray should be able to get the kill. A little consolation for the side of Stalwart Esports, but that team fight was disastrous for the side of Stalwart Esports. Their positioning seemed to be really off. It was just Xenon first 1 versus 4, and then it was Wawa caught between a rock and a hard place. They just got those pickoffs one at a time for the side of Alpha 7, and sure, they managed to staunch the bleeding a little bit with the kill on Benignus, but at this point in the game, Benignus isn't really an issue because he's been stopped that much in the early game. right now you have to stop Almane from becoming a beast, because so far he's been absolutely crazy as the marksman, and he looks like he is going to steal the MVP away from Suits once again.
Yeah, we could potentially see another MVP steal from Suits or even Benignus. And we see that Byron's only just started to buy that Axe Torment, which could have really changed how that last engage in the mid lane came out into the favor of Alpha 7. We could have seen a lot more damage come from the Byron, because there is quite a few squishy champions on the side of Alpha 7. Not only do you have the Fang, you have Angela, you have Selena, and then even Charlotte is not the most tankiest, but Clue gets taken down by these huge damage heroes on the side of Alpha 7. You've got Fang completely running it down, and then with the likes of Angela just being able to blast from a very safe distance and have that CC immunity within her kit is very helpful here for Alpha 7. Alpha 7 also opening up that mid lane again. Coach Handsome is not going to be happy with that.
Absolutely not. This is tough position to be in right now. You lost all your tier 1s except for the top, which is going down right now as well. So that leaves open your Sage Golem buff. Benignus will be getting his revenge here right in the middle of the thick of things. Xenon popping in. Pops his ultimate, trying to look for a fight. Benignus goes straight for Xenon, but Xenon is still dashing and diving away, trying to survive as long as he can. Dropping down very low, Musashi giving chase, but they have managed to keep up Ray as well as Miho's Wawa does fall. Xenon will fall in the end, and Clue will be the last one to fall for the side of Stalwart Esports as Alpha 7 gets the full team wipe. Very clean sheets on the board. They will be able to get the tier 2 tower as well.
Absolutely huge wipeout on the side of Alpha 7, taken down. I think that's the first ace in this series already, and that is a serious punishing thing for Stalwart to take an ace now, because they are down by 8 kills. They have lost the higher ground turret as well in that clash lane. It's not painting the pretty picture, unfortunately. 0 it seems here for Stalwart Esports. This could be the love letter back home, unfortunately.
Yeah, Fang at this point in time is just an absolute monster. He's able to chop down your tower so quickly with the physical damage that he has at the moment. Rage trying to get the Rage Stage Golem buff gets stolen by Suits. Okay, not washed anymore. He's back from retirement.
He's washed, but he's washed in a clean way. He's cleansed his soul. He has taken the trip to Purgatory. He's back with those steals for those little bitty buffs. Not quite the crucial kill thefts and steal thefts that we've been seeing on the Suits, but baby steps. Baby steps. It's just over getting into that groove, baby. And speaking about getting into the groove, this has been quite an easy effort for Alpha 7 so far, and it's already looking to potentially be another easy step here, because we only have one turret down on the side of Stalwart Esports. The macro is not quite there, but what is quite there is all of Alpha 7 in that mid lane. Ray missing out that massive knock up there with that dun pick. Clue goes down, there goes one of their front lines again, taken down. Wawa is being damaged over time. It is another ace on the board here for Alpha 7. Zenon is on the run, but you cannot run from Benignus. Benignus runs to you with a double kill on the Musashi, and with a higher ground turret takedown. It is looking like this is a clean 3-0 and 50 kills alone to Mr. Benignus.
Wow, 50 kill milestone. Half of what most teams already have in terms of total kills, and Alpha 7 takes that series very cleanly. Game 1 looked a little bit shaky. Game 2 was an absolute stomp, and Game 3 was no difference as well. Sure, you shut down Benignus, but then you left alone. You left the marksman alone, you left the Fang alone, and they made them pay for it. So much damage being dealt there from Almane, and he managed to just destroy every single tower with the damage that he brought.
Yeah, unfortunately there we weren't going to get a full best of 5, but when you are going against Alpha 7, who has not dropped around, and they are not about to drop around now just for charity, they are taking a solid undefeated avenue to the finals. We have our first finalists But this makes it even more important for the next matchup. Is it going to be a Brazil versus Brazil finals, or are FUT KAOS going to do it for Turkey, do it for the lads, and go into the finals? That is still yet to be seen, but here's a little bit of a breakdown of that post-game.
Yeah, look at the damage. Look at the net worth for coming from Almine. 6-0-9 on this Fang, and he was an absolute beast in this game. Benignus, as much as he was shut down, as much as he didn't get to play around with the blue buffs, he was still a force to be reckoned with in the team fights. And you can see from the damage dealt here, Almine really just was the main point of attack, and this is scary. This is an Alpha 7 that can carry on all 5 positions. Muster can carry the game at any point, but Nignus definitely can. Suits has been really consistent and shining, and Almine has been getting MVPs left, right, and center as well. And I don't think this will be an exception. This will definitely be a Fang MVP unless it gets stolen by someone else this time.
Yep, I think we've already got one petition going, so we can't get another petition going for another MVP back in the Season 1 Invitational. But like you were saying there, the Pistons are firing at all directions on the side of Alpha 7, and they are just too unstoppable. But it really shows that true testament that we've been seeing and been hearing and echoing through the venue of the Season 1 Invitational, that Alpha 7 were top of the Scrim Dogs and top of the dogs of this. Game 3 is Alpha 7. Almighty there taking his second MVP within one series. So not quite Benignus getting on the board. There is a little bit of pressure to give over that full top MVP stance to potentially BKS1, unless FUT KAOS do some damage to that reputation.
Well, Alpha 7 does still have one more series in the Grand Finals, because they will be our first finalists of the Season 1 Invitational. So he still has a couple of more games to show the world what he's made of and get that MVP title back in his favor. Stalwart Esports, unfortunately, this will be the end of the road for them in this tournament. They've done their region proud. They've played phenomenally, but they will fall in the end to the Brazilian titles.
Absolutely, and I'd say 4th place for a team that hasn't necessarily been around for as long as these teams like Alpha 7 and BKS is a huge thing, and it's a huge achievement to have already. And I did say to the lads on the side of Stalwart Esports that says, no matter what happens in this one, you should walk away proud because of how far you've gotten in the first Season 1 Invitational, and you can only come back better with Coach Handsome teaching you all these means and all these features of these great players with his great experience as well. But there you have it. The first match of the day is over, and it goes over to the Brazilian region and Alpha 7, which has been the narrative we have been setting up so far in this tournament. Thinking that Alpha 7 were going to get beat now after not dropping around. It would have been an amazing pipe dream, and I have my medical bag of opium stuck to this wall, and when we do go to breaks, I do put it over my mouth there. But fair play to Stalwart Esports for trying their best. We had a great Game 1, a very shaky Game 2, and then Game 3 was just a little bit of a mishmash there.
Yeah, Alpha 7 just played phenomenally, and they will be lying in wait for whoever their final victim is, happening tomorrow in the Grand Finals, which will be between the victors of FUT KAOS and Vivo Keystars, which is going to be the next upcoming series. A series that we have been waiting for some time because of the subliminal messages both of them have been sending to each other, saying that, hey, FUT KAOS have been in their post-game interviews saying they will be in the finals for sure and they will win the finals. And that also means that Vivo Keystars will lose to them. At least that is the message they've been sending. So yesterday, DKS did strike back, saying that today is going to be an easy 3-0 for them, and they will have a all-Brazilian finals. That will be the next series for you guys to watch. So plenty of Honor of Kings action to play for still.
Absolutely, and I'm very excited going into this series. more so than the last, because again, it was a great performance from Stalwart Esports, but they did tell me just before going in there they've had to completely change things around and only had a real 1 week of practice with all these new different moving features, because obviously due to like visa issues for 2 of the players, it was not the roster that we was expecting for Stalwart Esports, but still a fantastic roster that managed to get them to the semi-finals, but finishing 4th. But like I said, in that post-play replay, it should be nothing to not be proud about. It's something to take home and be like, we finished 4th. There's other teams that didn't even get a single win on the board. So taking that from your first invitational and then moving that into whatever direction or what lies ahead in the future for Stalwart is going to be interesting.
Definitely, they should leave with their heads held high because they did the best they could. They definitely gave Alpha 7 some sweaty games, but unfortunately it's hard to beat a team with that much experience as well as knowledge of the game, not to mention the skill as well. So props to of course Stalwart Esports, and of course congratulations once again to Alpha 7, who will be a part of history as the first finalists in the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1, and they are looking as scary as ever.
Yeah, still not dropping a single round, still not having a shaky performance as well. They didn't really offer much in terms of broadening their hero pool in the semi-finals. We only got a touch at Atta, and then we got a touch at the Cho. That may have been a mistake on the side of banning for Stalwart Esports. So only 2 heroes being shown in the semi-finals means there is so much more to be explored here. But it's really good to see that we see heroes accompanying the Brazilian teams from the Brazilian championships and coming into Season 1 Invitational, because it then means that these things are more fruitful picks than the likes have done. I mean, imagine if one of these MENA teams or one of the Turkish teams or the CIS teams picked an Atta in the jungle. It really has a great potential, especially with jumping over the walls, being able to pull himself to walls as well, being able to change the direction of minion waves, being able to stun your single targets that are unsuspecting it, but then also putting that huge wall as well. And then obviously his passive makes it more sustainable if you don't have true damage on your team, or lifesteal, which takes a little while to get into the kit of these heroes. So again, we haven't seen much broadened on the side of A7. We didn't see much come through differently on the side of Stalwart Esports. But again, this is where things start to get a lot more colorful when we see the next semi-finals match, and potentially even in the finals as well.
Absolutely, it is going to be another probably one of the more exciting matches happening next. You know, we've had 5 series so far that's just gone 3-0 throughout the entire knockout stages so far. So me and Blam both personally are starving for a series that goes the distance. Hopefully the next one will be the one, because there is a little bit of a storyline brewing between both these teams for KAOS and Vivo Keystars.
Like you say, it's not quite beef, but it's definitely a slow-cooked beef that you're smelling from the kitchen. So whatever this conclusion to this next match is, only just going to be the starter of a 5-course meal going into the next tournament within the global scene, because it's no doubt that these 2 teams aren't not going to not match up ever again within the next few tournaments. They are definitely going to be seen head-to-head, and whatever happens in this one is just going to be a great start into an amazing narrative. But speaking about narrative, we're going to be heading over very soon to the winning interview between Alpha 7. So we're going to see who is on stage. Let's see what they have to say for themselves.
Evet, yine hızlı bir mücadelenin sonuna geldik. A7 Alpha 7 yine çok korkulan, neden bu kadar korkulduklarını bir kez daha bize kanıtlamış oldu ve 3-0'lık hızlı bir galibiyete imza attı ve ismini de finale yazdırmayı başardı. Onlarla ufak bir röportajımız olacak. Öncelikle çatışma koridorundaki Muster ve sonrasında da farm yani kasma koridorundaki Almighty ile ufak bir röportaj gerçekleştireceğiz. Öncelikle Muster'dan başlıyorum. First of all, congratulations on advancing to the finals. Finalle ilgili, bu maçla ilgili düşüncelerini alacağım kendisinden. You've advanced to the finals. Can we get your feelings? Can we learn about your feelings at this moment?
Eu estou muito feliz por estar aqui, ter chegado até aqui. Depois de muito trabalho, muita dedicação, consegui ter chegado na final do Campeonato Mundial aqui na Turquia. É uma felicidade muito grande, porém ainda a gente tem passo para conseguir finalizar o nosso trabalho, alcançar o que a gente quer, que é a final amanhã. Então é isso, torçam por nós que a gente vai vir forte.
I'm very happy that we entered the final. I think it was a good game, and I want to say thank you to my parents and girlfriends.
Parents and who?
And girlfriend. Okay, girlfriend. Fiancé.
Okay. Öncelikle finale katıldığımız için çok mutluyum. Gerçekten çok iyi hissediyorum. Ve buradan da hem nişanlıma hem de aileme teşekkürlerimi ve selamlarımı göndermek istiyorum. Dedi ikinci sorumuza geçelim. Takımdaki en iyi oyuncu, yani en iyi performans gösteren oyuncu kimmiş? Onu öğrenelim kendisinden. So, who do you think was the best performer on the team for today's match?
Cara, eu acredito que a gente jogou individualmente falando muito bem, coletivamente falando excepcional, tanto que a gente conseguiu garantir de 0 contra a ST, uma equipe muito forte. E eu estou muito feliz que todo mundo conseguiu desempenhar bem e tenho certeza que amanhã a gente jogando desse jeito, jogando como um time, a gente vai conseguir alcançar e finalizar nosso objetivo, que é ser campeão do Mundial na Turquia.
I think all the team played very well today, and I think tomorrow if my team played as good as today, it will be a very good game.
Öncelikle bütün takımımın, tüm takım arkadaşlarımın çok iyi oynadığını düşünüyorum. Ve yarın da aynı performansı gösterirsek, bugünkü gibi kuvvetli bir performansı ortaya koyarsak, aynı şekilde oynarsak iyi bir maç ortaya koyacağımızı düşünüyorum dedi. Bir sonraki röportajımız, sorularımız Almighty'ye gelecek. Öncelikle Gongsun Lee ile çok iyi oynadı ve sürekli yaptığı kule altı, yani kule altlarına girişlerle beraber takımına bolca alan açtı. Ve sürekli olarak takımının saldırmasına, yeri geldiğinde de geri kaçmasına olanak sağladı. Kahramanla ilgili düşünceleri var mı? Ufak tefek ipuçları verecek mi bize? Onu öğrenelim. So, today you played a really smooth Gongsun Lee. You made a lot of successful dives, attacks and retreats, which resulted in a victory and you became the MVP as well. Can you share us more about your performance and maybe share some tips with us?
Hoje jogou muito bem com o Sun Lee e fazendo muitas animações sob torre e saindo ileso. O que acha que é a essência de jogar essa herói?
Perfeito, eu acho que a essência principal da Gongsun Lee é a dança. Então, acho que a melhor coisa é fazer isso com maestria e é isso.
I think the essence of playing Gongsun Lee is to dance, is to be flexible.
Yani işin özü aslında, yani bu kadar esnek olabilmenin özü dans etmekte yatıyor. Dans etmeniz, esnek olmanız gerekiyor oyun içerisinde dedi. Güzel bir cevap. Son olarak da son sorumuza geçelim. Foot'la da aslında iyi ilişkileri var takımın ve oyuncunun, ama aynı zamanda Foot'ta VKS'le, yani yine Brezilyalı bir ekip olarak Vivo Stars'la karşılaşacak. O maçla ilgili düşünceleri neler, takıma bir şeyler söylemek ister mi, onu öğrenelim. So, you have a good relationship with FUT, but also they are facing VKS, which is also a Brazilian team. So, what do you think about that next matchup?
Você tem boas relações com FUT e VKS. Manda algumas palavras incentivos para eles por semifinal.
Olha, eu acho que não tem muito incentivo para ambos os times. Eu acho que os dois são times muito fortes. E, bom, que o melhor vence.
I think they're both very good teams and strong teams, and it will be a very good game and may the best win.
İkisi de oldukça kuvvetli birer takım. Gayet ikisi de kuvvetli, iyi oyunları var. İyi olan kazansın dedi. Bakalım, güzel dileklerde bulundu. Thank you Almighty, thank you Muster for joining me in this interview and best of luck in the finals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Röportajımızı da sonlandırıyoruz. Teşekkürlerimizi ilettik. Sözü de yeniden sunuculara paslayalım.
Mecha operated!
It shows that it is a very high skill category, high skill ceiling. You have to play it well to get any sort of impact, but you don't need to do that with those guns. But it's not a good, like, destroy! As flashy as that can be. Flashy is, gets one kill, gets a double, goes for a little bit more. He might be the next one on his list. Ooh.
I hunt in the water.
But it will be slip, and now we're ending the game as they will take a
Here's you, the crybaby. This is Show You. Pinky swear, we promise. Brothers always stay together.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns.
Below the Great Wall lies my home.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la.
Welcome back, everybody, to the semi-finals of the match 2 that is going to be taking place very soon within the Season 1 Invitationals of Honor of Kings in Turkey. today. Those new joining at home and at the event, I am Blem, and with me as always is X to the Zero, Mr. Zero. How's it going?
Yeah, we've got an exciting matchup ahead of us, and this tournament would not have been possible without our sponsors, Infinix. Infinix GT10 Pro is innate to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with kings. All sensory game engine and high refresh rate immerse you in the purest game experience, and the purest tournament experience will be happening after for this next upcoming match, which will be between VKS and Foot KAOS.
Absolutely. Like we said pre-break, that the narrative for this one has been a little bit more intense than the last matchup. The only thing really carrying the last matchup was that this Alpha 7 and Stalwart Esports met each other in day one. They lost, Stalwart Esports did, and it was time for the rematch against the Brazilian Titans. And unfortunately for Stalwart, they did lose 3-0. But this one, however, like Zero keeps alluding to, there's a little bit of a beef, but we're calling it that slow-cooked beef that you can smell from the kitchen, because when the starter has been devoured by either one of these teams that go through to the next game, the next round of the tournament, it is then going to continue. But looking at these players that we've been enjoying all the way through, we got Ruga in the support, we got Noir, who's been flexing between the Clash and the farm lane, we got Snape, Lost, and then Void as well, who's been wandering down to the farm lane and over to VKS.
Yep, on the side of VKS, we've got Niap, Danny, WinRJ, and Mengrichi in all his splendor and glory of his mustache with their coach Juliao. They will be the second representatives from the Brazilian region, and they have been pretty on fire lately, especially in the top 8 of the knockout stages. We've seen them absolutely dismantle their opponents, feeling confident, feeling strong, and they are going to need all of that confidence and more when they go up against the KAOS.
Absolutely. We've seen a great performance for majority of these players on the side of Vivo Keystar throughout the entire of the Season 1 Invitational, especially with the likes of Nape on the Liam Bow. We've seen one get multiple MVPs and is currently tied with the top Benignus on MVPs of the tournament. And then we see McGinty as well, having some great support plays, as well as WinRJ in the farm lane. Danny is only starting to slowly be activated within this tournament, but hey, you can't have all pistons firing at once unless you are Alpha 7, and just know that those dominations are nearby. But both of these junglers have a 100% win rate, but the KDA between these are very close, and even average damage there is very close between Lost and Danny. So like I was saying to Zero before this broadcast, there's a load of different micro matchups I'm looking forward to seeing within this playoff, and this is one of them. Snape going against one, and the winning currently going in the favor of Snape. KDA going in the favor of Snape, but the average kill participation going in the favor of one. So much chilling, so much going on around this one matchup. I cannot wait for it. And Julio is taking his mustache away, so hopefully they don't lose, because we can put it down to his mustache is gone.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's for, just wanting to look clean and fresh going up against Foot KAOS. This matchup is going to decide who will be moving on to the finals to face up against Alpha 7, and I'm definitely sure that, at least for Vivo Keystars, they want to defend their Chalk BR title. They want to defend being the best in the Brazilian region. They haven't been as clean. They dropped a couple of they dropped a map against them. They dropped the series against Alpha 7, so they definitely want to redeem themselves in the finals later on.
Absolutely, but we are getting into that ban draft there, and we've already alluded to this, that Foot KAOS are the only Turkish representative within the tournament now. So again, another thing that they want to be carrying forward to their push to victory in this semifinals match. And this is the last match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, with gentle hands. And we're seeing those bans come through on the side of EKS, Mai and Jong Fei. And then we get to the Chao ban as well as the Kaiser ban being hovered here on FUT KAOS.
And they will lock that in. I mean, Danny did play 2 games of Kaiser yesterday. Until it was banned on the last game, he played pretty phenomenally on that as well. But that does leave open the Dolia, and it will be locked in there from the side of VKS.
Yeah, I think the Jong Fei ban is probably a very well needed one, because we've seen Ruga play the Jong Fei very well. I'm pretty sure we've even seen FUT KAOS's Ruga play the Dolia also, and it does enable the Princess Frost to fall through. And I don't know which one I'm more scared of, the zoning nuke potential of Princess Frost with the Byron as well, or the Dolia with the Dorenji.
Yeah, the Direnji is great against Princess Frost just because he has that CC immunity. He can that V buff. He can pop anytime, getting out of sticky situations for him. And of course, one of the more staple picks here for the side of VKS, WinRJ or Win DRJ, as we've been saying, is that's one of his best heroes as well. And Ganen will be picked up for 1 on the side of VKS, so more and more heroes that they are definitely comfortable with. And on the other side, FUT KAOS, they get their hands on the Lamb.
They do get it on the Lamb, and the Dun is actually banned. I really don't want that pick coming through in the semifinals, because it didn't really serve much through the quarterfinals. It was okay on the side of Stalwart Esports, but again, it is just a lonely pick. But it is banned, and like you say, Lost gets his Lamb pick. He is not a Lost Lamb on this pick. He has phenomenal past experience within Season 1 Invitational on this pick already, and BKS do decide to ban out the Muzu, and Monkey is banned on the side of FUT KAOS, because we have seen not only on, I believe so, on Alpha 7, I don't think we've seen it on BKS yet. We may have saw it yesterday, I believe, I think, against Twisted Minds. But it was, it is a great pick nonetheless. So getting that banned off there, so that takes down 2 quite tanky jungle bans. But like we saw with Alpha 7, the Atta came through, so we could see the same for BKS here. They are the same region, they have played against each other plenty of times. Will the Atta shine in the jungle?
Yeah, the Atta in the previous game was played pretty well on the side of Alpha 7, set up a lot of kills, set up the early game aggression, and also allowed the Byron to really do whatever he wanted. But looks like FUT might be going on a different tangent here. Are they going for the Lady Sun in this matchup? It isn't that bad. Great against the Direnji. Also great against 1. A little bit squishy though. But looks like they do change their minds and are not going to pick up their marksman yet. Instead, will lock in the Sunbin as their support.
Yep, Sunbin comes through as the support, and we are potentially hovering over the Musashi pick on the side of VKS. We've seen Danny play it before, and the Jing is still available, but still not been banned or considered on either of these teams, as both of the jungle picks have been locked in, and Lupu comes through for the second time in the tournament. We saw a great Lubu performance. I think it was on FUT KAOS, if I'm correct in thinking.
Let me see. It wasn't during the knockout stages, so it might be on one of these games during the group stages.
But yeah, Lubu coming through anyway, regardless, which is going to be a great hero pick, especially locking in with the Dolia, because given those 2 leaps are going to be, it's better than 1. 2 is always better than 1 in every situation, in every faculty that you give me. 2 is better than 1, and having those 2 of those leaps to try and get onto the likes of the Lady Sun and trying to get over the Princess Frost zoning is going to be interesting. But the way that they've got to really play this one on the side of BKS is Byron's definitely going to have that early game advantage over the Lubu in a 1v1.
Yeah, definitely. Lubu's not a great laner at the start. He does need some help and time, and we probably see the jungle from the side of VKS help him a little bit. They're gonna have a two hero lane up in the top just for a couple of waves, just to make sure that Niap will have a better mid game. But yeah, I found the match you were talking about. It was Alpha 7 that picked up the Dalia Lubu combination, and they did, of course, obviously in true Alpha fashion, Alpha 7 fashion, win that game in 8 minutes. So we did get to see that showcase of that huge double leap. So Foot KAOS, they are against a very team fight heavy lineup. Can they perform? Can they do their lanings and early game aggression well enough to get them a significant lead towards the mid game? Let's wait and see. Game number 1 of this best of 5 series is about to begin, Lam, as Foot KAOS will try and defeat the Brazilian dominance that may happen in the grand finals.
I mean, it makes even more sense for them to go for the Lubu and Dolia combo if the already Titans within the tournament that haven't dropped a single round. If it works for one Brazilian team, it's going to work for the other, especially with the synergy with not only the Dolia, but also the likes of the Musashi, because if Musashi can get in there, knock up that that vital hero pickup that you're looking for, you can just get Lubu just leap over to there, take down, aim the takedown, and then leap to somebody else if we need to see that. So we're going to see a lot of jumping from the side of VKS, and jumping is definitely what's going to be needed in this matchup. It is the match number 2. It is the last match of the day. It is game 1 within this best of 5 series, and I am ecstatic here for Foot KAOS and VKS to finally go head one-on-one, which we haven't seen already, but trading blows already going on. Snape looking pretty low, thanks to one in that mid lane.
Lots of damage being dealt there. Long range, the long range burst is absolutely huge. Top lane, we did see that early dominance coming from Niap, getting that level 2 first, and we do see the Gun and Mo rotating up to the top to make sure that they are able to steal that jungle minion as well. Just as long as Niap gets to his level 4 as quickly as possible to enable him in those team fights.
Yeah, a few recalls on the side of Foot KAOS, which isn't detrimental in this first little part. And just as the waves are cleared out, it allows you to either rotate or enable those recalls, especially after those unfortunate batterings and taking a lot of unnecessary damage from your enemy. You do need to recall, because if you don't, it's going to set up for ganks. And on the side of VKS, they do have a great ganking hero, which is the Musashi with the knockup, with the slow. There is a lot there to be desired in terms of ganks for VKS, but great pressure down in the farm lane for VKS as well. So again, across the map, we've got a few cylinders burning right now, and it's definitely looking like a pressure match on the side of Foot KAOS. Looking to get that 1-0. Very important, especially within this series, to get a 1-0 on the board, because it puts you very much closer. It's not too close, but much closer to the overall victory and the second finalist status takedown.
Yeah, absolutely. Gives you the slight advantage. You have more of an ease of mind knowing that you did take the 1-0 lead. Also pressures your opponent in towards the second game. So first game is always important for any team to take in order to set the momentum of their entire series as a whole, and that is exactly what VKS is looking to do. Set the momentum up in this top lane as they try and pressure the Byron the best they can. But unfortunately, Byron is playing very safe under his tower. They won't try and dive for that. Oh, Lost spots them out. He was hiding in the bushes, spots out the rotation coming from Danny, and is going to be able to alert Lost to back away for now as we go for a more slower early game. We probably won't see a huge engagement until the Tyrant responds.
Yeah, a little bit of a reiteration from game 1, it seems. A little bit of mirroring for these first games, because it's just those teams trying to suss out what is the weaknesses and strengths in this early game. Those pre-4 minutes that are quite vital within Honor of Kings, because the game is much more faster paced. When things do start popping up, the action is a lot quicker. You can see so many skills being spammed in a short amount of time, and there's one already doing plenty of damage onto Snape here, kind of forcing him still into a fight within this their own jungle. And there we go, VKS Danny getting takedown onto Foot Snape there. So down goes Princess Frost as the first blood. VKS picking up the first blood is always going to be a great thing for your team for the bonus goal.
And they might get a little bit more now, dropping a little low on the Lady Sun. So not gonna be able to defend this tower very well. The creep wave does get cleared out there from Ryuga, but that also allows VKS to start taking this Tyrant once Musashi does rotate down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, it's looking like a very clear looking to go for the Tyrant here. Snape's now back in the mid lane after that mishap down in their jungle on the Sage buff side. Lamb's not giving up a Sage buff yet, but Lubu could be in trouble here on a 2v1 from Foot KAOS, but there's that leap we have been speaking about all throughout the draft stage, and it's the reason why they have taken that Lubu rather than the likes of a Charlotte or even a Fuzi we've seen come through at least once in that Clash lane, or even a Mulan. So Mulan we've seen a few times, but I don't think we've seen it on Niap. So having Lubu having that disengage, especially when they know that those 2v1s are going to be taking place, is a detriment to not only allowing or stopping the Byron to be fed, but stops himself from losing traction within his lane.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic that he has a Dolia combination as well, so that he doesn't have to be afraid of his ultimate being on cooldown. He can be ready for the fight at any time, and he is ready for a fight right now. Going for the kill on towards Void. Danny will be the one to pick up the kill, but nice rotations coming in from the side of VKS. They take another kill on in the board, and they are currently leading by a 2,000 gold.
Yeah, 2 up for VKS. They are definitely dominating the early game right now, and they've taken that side lane turret as well in the farm lane, which went down a few moments ago. But you can kind of see how VKS's knowledge and mechanical gameplay came through with that takedown in the Clash lane, because they waited for that attempted 2v1 gank onto Lubu, and knowing that Byron didn't have that flash meant that when the Lubu jump came through, he had no further way out of that interaction. That unfortunately for the side of Foot KAOS meant that they lose up another kill in the Clash lane, but still trying to look for some gains, trying to hold on to that mid lane turret as well. However, they do lose that Clash lane that was looking pretty low after that 2v1 onto Void in the Clash lane.
Yeah, they're looking for a team fight right now for the side of VKS with the Lubu up hanging around in the mid lane. He does have almost his he has his blue sky completed, which is going to allow him to be a lot tankier in these fights after his jump, making sure that he's able to stay in those fights, continue to be a meat shield and a threat for the opponent's side, and the pure damage that he can bring is nothing to be scoffed at. Meanwhile, we do see the Byron sneaking into the enemy jungle and able to get some farm, it seems, but the blue stage golem isn't up yet, so he's not able to get that in his bag. Danny will have the Sage Golem buff on him, and they will get the bottom tier 2 tower. So the rotations are gonna go towards mid. They want to take a fight right now, and yet that's his ultimate. So Foot KAOS, they have to watch out. The lead might come at any moment, but looks like, oh, Musashi going for a 1-1 against the Byron, almost getting the kill. But the 5-man rotations from Foot KAOS coming in to slow that down. And yet, itching for a fight. He wants to jump up high, and he wants to jump up now. But looks like he won't be able to without being in a very dangerous position, as the tier 1 tower in the mid lane is still standing. Byron is not here for the fight. Are they looking for a fight right now? Danny going in, the leap into the double combination. The damage coming from Niab is absolutely huge. He's doing so much with the damage. Does get run down by Nauer though. So 1-for-1 trade so far, and that will be all that they are going to get, as everybody will back off. A lot of damage already being dealt to Ryuga and Lost, but VKS will take the more aggressive route and go for the top tier 2 tower.
Already a loss of motion here for Foot KAOS. It seems the tempo has been disrupted because they lose 2 tier turrets on both of their side lanes and potentially an opening up here in that mid lane. One doing some crucial damage onto Void there. It has Ruga in terms of a backup here in the mid lane. But in that interaction, Danny was saying to Niap, he said jump, and Niap said how high. They get a 1v1 trade, and it was beautiful, and that is why they managed to get. That's why they picked this Lubu, because again, great disengage, great engage. You can really upset your enemy's vision of going into a overall interaction. It's kind of almost like a disruptor in a way, in terms of you think you know your play, but then Lubu comes through and then completely just messes up the entire mojo of your team. They may take off a huge damage dealer. They may be able to dodge the zoning of the Princess Frost. There's just so much within that Lubu pick that we've been desiring to see throughout the entire Season 1 Invitational, and it only started coming through within the knockout stage as well.
Yeah, it's also a great follow-up to the Musashi ultimate. Once Musashi uses his ultimate, you're always sure that whoever the target is going to flicker. And where you're going to out is where the flicker is going to potentially end up in, and that's exactly what Niat did. It was a bit too deep, it was between 2 towers, that was a bit overzealous coming from the side of VKS, but they still took that trade in their favor after getting the top tier 2 towers. So the mid tier 1 tower does fall, VKS leading the network by 5,000 in 9 minutes. A great start for them, but Foot KAOS also looking for a fight right now. They know that they need to take a favorable fight to be able to get the next upcoming objectives.
Yeah, this is not the Foot KAOS we've been seeing over the 10 days. They are looking a little bit like a tamed kitty cat rather than the ferocious tiger that we've been seeing throughout the whole of the tournament so far. And this is definitely not the pace they are used to playing to, but I think that is just the passive of Vivo Keystars. They're just saying, look, if you go aggressive, we could probably one-up you, especially with the likes of the Musashi pick, with the Dolia in our possession as well, and Lubu being able to just completely disrupt and stop any kind of aggressive stance that Foot KAOS could think of taking within this one. They're already behind in the gold, about a generous 5k on the sort of side of Vivo Keystars as well. And Vivo Keystars already opening up the map for themselves and could be opening up another engage for themselves and another few kill pickups. It seems like there's a lot of action brewing here. They are ready to go head to head again. Everybody's here but Musashi. Musashi is looking for that macro play. Void is already a little bit overextended there and takes too much damage just to try and defend that mid lane turret, and they are now at the higher ground turret as well, so backs are against the ropes. What will Foot KAOS do within this one? But nothing. Niap straight to the back, taking out Snake. Void takes down as well. Danny manages to get the Void takedown, and then they take the higher ground turret as well. That was a huge mechanical play by Lubu, a huge power stance as well of a great hero from the Clash lane.
Double leap behind the Crystal, getting a kill onto his Void, and Snake does fall in the entire engagement as well. Oh, Lost looking for an opening, might be able to get 1 kill. Mangushi is surviving all of that damage coming through Lost. WinRJ barely walking away as well, so Lost a little bit desperate at that point, trying to find any sort of opening to get his team back into the fight, but unfortunately he will have to pay with his life. Not going to get anything out of that, and that also means that VKS will be able to get the Overlord without any sort of contest whatsoever.
Yeah, a big upset there for VKS getting the Overlord as well. But like you said, with Foot KAOS, we saw Lost trying to do that signature move that he does with Lamb, which is bringing the enemy team to you to do more damage. But when you get Lubu take down Snape as well, so Princess Frost is already off the cards, it's a little bit harder to try and pause that zoning, that nuke damage from Princess Frost, aided by the Lamb. Again, Foot KAOS looking like they're going to take the loss in game 1 here, But we can only imagine with the team and the knowledge that they're only doing this to try and provide some knowledge into BKS, because we haven't seen this matchup before. This is a completely new matchup, and to have this matchup take place for the first time into the knockout stages really has a lot of mystery and a lot of things to be charted onto the map of BKS. But they take down the higher ground turret as well in the clash lane, in the mid lane as well. So the crystal's wide and open. What can KAOS do to defend this last little front on the side of their crystal? But Lubu with the disengage, with the re-engage, he goes back in. Crucial crowd control. It is a 2-1 trade, however, but KAOS a little bit too aggressive under that turret, under the crystal, sorry, in that game. And damage over time going on to 1. Could they claim anything back here? Potentially, but there is no minion waves in either of these lanes on the side of KAOS.
Yeah, pretty tough for them after all 3 tier 3s do fall here from the side of KAOS. They're trying to get this Tyrant in order to give them a fighting chance. So even if they get it, as long as BKS defend one of the lanes and don't get wiped here, they should be in a good position to take this game. The tier 1 tower does fall, lost. Will be able to claim that up for themselves, and the blue sage golem buff does get taken there from the side of KAOS. So stalling the game a little bit longer, hoping that BKS makes a mistake, seems to be the name of the game right now from the side of KAOS.
Yep, they are the calm monk within these teams here. They are looking for a way in. They are looking for a moment of bliss, a moment of direction. They are waiting for the right tune to step their foot onto, but will they get it with this big advancement here from BKS from 2 of the lanes here? We see that Void is having to recall back just to try and help his teammates defend what could potentially be the match-ending push into the crystal, but it looks like BKS have just pushed the minions there to give it a little bit of pressure. However, there is a little bit of a macro going on from the minions in the farm lane as well. So this would be no stranger, especially in the ranks of like a KIC matchup where one team goes all the way to the crystal, but then we see a great comeback from those that are against the wall. They have been prodded and poked, and they have come out swinging and managed to win the game with that mentality. So we'll see what happens here. Do they fight or do they flight for KAOS potentially losing game 1 here?
Yeah, it is a tough situation to be in at the moment for the side of KAOS. They have to try and push back the waves as far as they can, but they also have to contest these map objectives, as we do see the Vanguard gets taken there by Lost. That's gonna be huge, but now it does fall this entire fight, and that leaves Niap to do whatever he wants. Lost dropping down very low, almost just sniped down Danny, giving chase. Lost is a tough target to chase, but they do manage to find him and lock him down. But is this gonna be enough? 2 heroes down on the side of KAOS. They are trying to go for a win here. The creep waves are coming in. They can clear it out with the Shadow Vanguard if they get Lost back up in time. But Snake using the Sanctuary, keeping him alive for the moment, but a little bit too aggressive there from Void. He does fall. The lead close the back line. Yuga dropping down very low. Snape as well, but the crystal will fall for anyone else as BKS takes game number 1 through leaps and bounds of their gameplay.
Almost coerced into that Overlord fight, it seems. They held a little trophy, a little carrot dangling in front of KAOS's face, and it was clearly all for the bigger picture. Like I said, coerced into stealing it, but then coerced into losing 2 of their team and then only being left with 3 to defend the crystal. Definitely was a bigger play there on the side of BKS, and well played in game 1. Not quite up to the scratch what we've been seeing from KAOS in terms of the aggression. They have been tame within that game. We were honestly thinking it was going to be KIC turnaround that we've seen many a times, where once these teams are at the crystals, they managed to come back. However, that was not the case.
Yeah, the early game just went too well there for Niap. His Lubu just was uncontested in the top lane. He was able to destroy the Byron 1 versus 1 after after the help coming in from Danny from the jungle, and that allowed him to reach that point. He got the Siege Breaker, he got the Blue Sky, he is pretty much a beast by himself. And also Danny with the great rotations, the great 1-2 punch to pair out with the Lubu was absolutely amazing. Helped them win a couple of team fights as well.
Yeah, we got the fortunate pickup of the Frost on the side of KAOS and even the Byron, but again, Niap is true and tested in that clash lane, so he knows that even if he doesn't win that early game, he knows with a hero like Lubu, he's going to make the whole difference going into these crucial team fights. And we didn't really see Noir actually play very well on the Lady Sun, even though the team fight rate was 100% as well as the Rugar there on the Sun mid. But having the Dolia there, having the Lubu was a little bit of a critical mistake within the draft. I think we're seeing Dolia come through a little bit too often within these ban phases, because we could ban out the Lubu, but then that really opens up Niap's even further hero pool. But if we ban out the Dolia, it does stop the double jump. We only have the one engage, so maybe that'll be the case. Don't ban out the Lubu, but ban out the Dolia. And here is why Niap got the MVP for 225.9% of the damage taken, 27.5, and then 10.2k gold in the clash lane with those fantastic disengages and re-engages. Niap taking the MVP of game 1.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, every time he uses his ultimate, we're always flabbergasted at how aggressive he can be. Every single time that double jump towards the back of the crystal was absolutely a fearless moment for him. He knows that even if he falls, he's going to create so much chaos in his opponent, and this one was beautiful. The pair up along with the Musashi, a little bit too deep for my taste, but hey, they walked out of there with a win. So props to VKS knowing their limits, absolutely pushing it, and able to take game number 1 very, very convincingly.
Yeah, but we just even saw that it was a beautiful play by VPS, but then when you even see it played back, the potential that happened there was that Lamb was taken out of the equation. He was already in the front of his team, where all 3 of the squishy champions were left at the back, which then enabled Niap to jump over the wall and completely take down those squishes in true Lubu fashion. And if they do let the Lubu go through into game 2, they've really got to think of a counter pick for that. Maybe a more solid backline tank that's going to stick around with your squishes, or ban out the Dolia so we don't have the 2 leaps, we only have the 1.
Yeah, I mean, if you take out the Dolia, we'll probably not see the Lubu just because of his relatively weaker lane. You have to create a lot of work to make Lubu work by himself. You have to rotate your jungle to the top, you have to rotate your mid lane towards the top lane to help him out. So the Dolia actually just amplifies his strength, which is those team fights. And, you know, just ban out the Dolia. She's been led through the ban phase way too many times. And I think in every single game that she's been left out, whichever team that has picked her up has been winning games more often than not.
Yeah, definitely. There is a little bit of a detail in the story there with the losses onto this hero. But speaking of detail, we will be back into game 2 after this short break, guys. So please don't go anywhere. The action is only going to get higher. See you in a moment.
Come on! Here's you, the crybaby. This is Show You. Pinky swear, we promise. Brothers always stay together.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns.
Below the Great Wall
wise mind.
Welcome back, everybody, of the Season 1 Invitational in Turkey. Today you have with me, I am Blam, and with me as always is Zero for those new joining at home. And in the venue, we are getting into Game 2 between VKS and FUT KAOS. How are we feeling going into Game 2 there, Zero?
Yeah, like this in this game, it was just mainly the team. In the previous game, it was mainly just the team fights that went just so well from the side of VKS. I mean, when you have that double ultimate from Lubu, every single team fight is absolutely going to look scary. So they have to plug that out, like you said, ban out the Dalia. Probably is the best way to work around that, not allowing them to have that sort of synergy with multiple heroes, because we've seen how well that the Dalia pairs with multiple different heroes. It's not just the Lubu, you can pair it with a Huangzhong, you can pair it with even something like a Princess Frost, a Lian Po, a Gan and Mo. It's just a very flexible, all-rounded, good support pick, and you want to get that away from your opponents. So if your team doesn't play the Dalia, or if you don't want to pick the Dalia as the first pick, you just ban it out. Don't let your opponents have it.
Yep, Dalia definitely showing the flexibility of the hero within Game 1, and who else to showcase that other than Vivo Keystars as well. We've seen it with Rugar. Rugar played it just as good, but I feel like it is one of those heroes you just want to get out of the equation, because like you said in the post-break was that if you get rid of the Dalia, it almost frees up the fact that Lubu is not going to come through because of the laning disadvantage for Lubu in the early game, and then also meaning that if he does engage for a hole as your team, he has no disengage with a second jump without the Dalia. So taking the Dalia off the board here would be a great way to stop that Lubu coming through. But in Game 1, we didn't see many of those Clash Lane tyrants come through because Charlotte was banned. We didn't have the Mulan banned, which we have seen quite a few times on both of these teams, and even the likes of the Lian Po on Niap in the Clash Lane. So again, this Clash Lane player on the side of VKS really being, even though it seems like one of those silent types, he's definitely deadly in his methods.
Absolutely. Deadly is one way to describe Niap. He's definitely been a very key factor of VKS having the success that they are. We've seen him on the Lian Po, we've seen him on the Lubu this time. He is a team fight master, and you have to, if you want to stop them getting a team fight going in their favor, you stop Niap from doing whatever he does.
Yes, we will. I think that is the whole point of what KAOS is. Show a little bit more of an aggressive playstyle and stop Niap in that Clash Lane, because we always speak about Muster being a fantastic Clash Lane player, but Niap definitely flies under the radar just because of how he's one of the vital parts of the puzzle. He's not kind of like the standout player which we normally see as Muster. Muster is very much a lot more flair and pizzazz to his playstyle, especially when he gets a stable pick like the Byron. But we are getting into Game 2 ban phase here, and goodbye, my sweetheart, the Chow, and we say goodbye to Kaiser on FUT KAOS, and they're also considering banning the Byron ban.
Yeah, I mean, just staple bans here on the side of FUT KAOS. Kaiser, you don't want Danny to get his hands on him. Byron is one of Muster's best heroes as well, being able to play that macro game, and his targeting is always great as well. So taking those two out of the hands has been the game plan from the side of FUT KAOS, and once again prioritizing that Princess Frost on the hands of Snape. Looks like they will lock it in as their first pick.
which opens up the Dolia once again and potentially opening up the Lu Bu. But is this for the KAOS's game strategy to force that Lu Bu to come through again, because they have a antidote to the Lu Bu pick in this team comp that's coming into game 2? Foot KAOS is potentially going for a Fang pick in the farm lane. Oh,
hello.
Okay, that could be, if they go for the Lu Bu, that could be a lockdown for the jumping jack that is Lu Bu.
If they do pick up the Fuzu, want to have a, they just want to have a better sort of lockdown against like the thing, something like the Dolia. They don't want her to be able to just escape easily, and that's how great Dolia is. It is one of those support heroes that really forces you to play differently. It's one of those support heroes that the longer she stays alive, the more impact she brings to the fight, to the table as well. So if the Fuzu is able to get on top of the Dolia and lock her down, burst her down, they are going to be able to get a more favorable fight in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, this Fang could, obviously for those at home, Fang, it can be flexed into the jungle. He recently received a nerf in the jungle, however, but I could see that working if we got some other correct things going in on Foot KAOS's roster. But so far, it's looking like it's going to be that farm lane pick. It's a great pick as well, but this is where it throws VKS off. They don't know whether to ban jungles or ban ADCs, or what is going to go on there. But I think Foot KAOS is definitely on the right path, taking out the Musashi, but it does leave open the likes of the Jing. But we haven't always seen the best performance on Jing on Danny, or even Luna as well, where he had his sketchy few days with those two heroes.
Yeah, Lamb is still open. We haven't seen VKS really play the Lamb. Danny, like you said, has mainly been on the Musashi, the Luna, the Jing as well. And Foot KAOS are actually gonna let VKS have their choice in jungle, and instead will ban out the Charlotte as their last man. Again, the Lu Bu is on the table here for the side of VKS. I think they might just pick it up, just because once again they're lacking the team fight. And what better way to have a team fight than have a Lu Bu jump towards the backlines, as well as the Jing, of course, WinRJ will pick it up. And is that going to be it? Hello? Are they going to lock it down? Athena?
Is that going to be Athena? Yeah, potentially with the Ming. Okay, Athena making her debut within the Season 1 Invitational. Which is super exciting, but what is even more exciting is the Jing paired with the Fang as well, because we know that Jing amplifies whoever he goes on to, and the Ming is going to be a great asset into the likes of the Fang, but could also be paired with any of these heroes on the side of Foot KAOS. And again, Niap picking up his great pick on the Lee and Po. So we're going to see, hopefully, those beautiful engages come from Niap, like we saw in the group stages, into the knockout stages as well. So really interesting team comps. I'm really happy that there's a few new heroes making it onto the debuts here, like the Athena. And I don't think we've seen Foot KAOS actually play the Ming. We saw Major Pride pick up the Ming yesterday. It didn't go too well for them. But with a team like Foot KAOS that has that skill, that knowledge, it's going to be a huge pick for them, I could see.
Absolutely. This is going to be a fun game, Blam. For sure, we see the debut of the Athena, and Ming once again trying to get a win under their belt for them. So let's see if Foot KAOS with this more unorthodox pick is able to get something done for themselves. They want to back up their talk during the post-match interviews, and this is the best way, one of the best ways to do it. I like the draft coming from Foot KAOS. I think it's fresh. I think it has a lot of potential. Now it's all down to execution and whether they can actually play this, whether if they have practice with this sort of unorthodox team composition.
Absolutely. You say fun, I feel like I'm on an amusement park right now, because if we're looking at the likes of the Jing pick, my head will be spinning when we try and see Foot KAOS try and lock down that hero. Obviously, they have the likes of Fuzi that's going to really help lock down the Jing, but whether that is going to be Fuzi's main priority in terms of these team fights is going to be an interesting one, because even the likes of the Renji cannot get out of that suppression as well, even with the Purify. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they bring the Fuzi into this, but also the Athena as well is super exciting.
Absolutely. Let's see if they're able to do what they need to do here for Foot KAOS to even out the series. It's a best of 5. Even if you lose this game, it's not over yet. But obviously, you want to even things out right now to get yourself a better score, get yourself in a more comfortable position to take the upcoming fights. And what better way than is to take a win right here and now, as Lost is scouting out the jungle, trying to play very aggressively as the Athena. But Manguichi as well as One will be here to stop his efforts, and they will feed him. They will feed the Athena, but you know, Lost is one of those annoying junglers that can just keep following you around. The level 1 death timer is not very high. You pretty much respawn in a couple of seconds, so he doesn't have any downtime compared to a lot of the junglers who die early on.
Very interesting here. They're using the Athena to just upset Jing's rotation, it seems, because she's spawning. She doesn't spawn back from base. She spawns wherever she wants to. She can harass the movement speed as well whilst in that form and give real good knowledge to her team. Yes, they're giving over kills, but if you're really upsetting the flow of Danny here, that could really bruise Jing's potential going into game 2. But already we're seeing 3 kills on the board. But this is Athena. This is clearly something for KAOS to report up.
Yeah, this is definitely something they have played around with, and they are definitely looking to utilize how the hero works the best they can. And this is going to be, you know, something that you don't face every day, something that you might not be familiar with, and that might come as a huge surprise to the side of BKS to get this annoying soul from Valhalla away from you.
Yeah, it's definitely a unconventional pick here, and played unconventionally as well, because we're already a level behind here compared to the Jing, and we're going to get another kill onto the side of VKS. But we all know in Honor of Kings, it's not just all about the kills, it's all about the macro, it's all about upsetting tempos on the enemy team. And it looks like Athena's really doing that here, even though the level may not be predicting it, but the gold may be doing that as well, even though they are behind as an overall in terms of the gold. But this is definitely a way I am struggling to understand how this is going to play into effect into the late game for Foot KAOS here.
Yeah, obviously when you have a jungle that's basically doing not much, just trying to harass, you know, then you'll be lacking that little bit of damage, power control, as well as overall tankiness towards the end. So at what point do they stop doing this on Lost? Are they just feeding? Are they just allowing, you know, their marksmen to have a better time and just putting all their eggs into the Fang basket?
Could potentially, that could actually be the workaround there, because I mean, Fang is currently a level 7 already, so putting himself ahead of the curve here. Void might get taken out though, however, Muzu gets out alive. Liempo has been left to the macro move, but we do see that Foot Lost actually picks up the first kill there, even though he's gave over 7 of them. So, a tiny return, not the biggest investment, but I'm sure the investment is definitely skyrocketing, and potentially with Fang going to the moon as they go into the 4 minutes, into the 10-minute mark later on.
Yeah, net worth is 1,000 in the lead side of VKS, nothing that they're not familiar with, being in the lead so far. Foot KAOS also have been pulling on the back foot for the past, for the last game at least. Oh, Lost going to fall here. Now is he able to survive from this? He does have Ryuga to back him up, so he does look okay for now, as they are trying to pressure the top tier 1 tower with a couple of the members. But Yeah, Lost is still doing his things. A lost soul flying around, just making sure to keep tabs on the Jing. Oh, another death. Another day,
another death, and another one from Foot lost there. This is where the silence kind of falls in. It's kind of like, okay, I really want to understand what's going on here, but it feels like the bigger picture will definitely put into motion what is going on in Foot KAOS's mind, and even the coach's mind here for Foot KAOS. But we see that Fuzu got picked up there as well, so it's not just Lost that's feeding the side of VKS, but there goes Snape and down goes Ruga as well. Double kill going over to VKS1. Is this the strategy that they really want to go for? Is this really working out against VKS right now?
It doesn't look like it is. They do lose the Tyrant as well, lost with yet another death. It's down to his, what, 8th, 9th death at the moment. Not looking good. 10th death. Yeah, that is not looking good. I am pretty sure there's an underlying strategy to what they're doing. They just haven't really shown that to everybody yet, so wouldn't count them up just yet. It is still only a 4,000 lead here in 5 minutes. Not the end of the world, something that they can definitely come back from. So let's just see if they're able to do just that.
Yeah, so we see the Tyrants already got up into the side of VKS. They're already 2 turrets up as well in terms of their overall objectives. Void having to run out of there with the Fuzi, and we see Noah and Ruga pretty close by, Lost with the considerably slower death timer now, as we see WinRJ and One completely push this side lane all the way to that second tier turret now down, and the higher ground turret is up as well. So when this Athena pick gets activated, I am interested to see how and why they've allowed those 11 kills over to the side of Jing, because right now the Athena is suffering with the 2.2k compared to the 5.6, so there really has to be an underlying thing, or we're just guessing a madman's strategy here, and there may be no method to this madness at all.
He might be just absolutely tilted and he's just showing the game right now. We never know, but I'm pretty sure, you know, with so much on the line right now from the side of Foot KAOS, you know, the last remaining Turkish team in this tournament, all the hopes of the host country lies on you. You are definitely gonna try their best, and mid-tier 2 tower will fall going towards the way of VKS. Void looking for a kill on those Danny. This will be huge if they manage to pick him up. One more hit, and Void will be able to shut down Danny on the Jing. Is this the start of what they've been trying to do?
Yeah, it looks potentially to be that way. Danny being the unfortunate pocket abused here, and we could see the mid lane being opened up by Void and Snape here. So again, picking up the Danny may potentially be the method to the madness that we're seeing here. Getting rid of the Mirror Blade, so we cannot be losing any more jungle objectives towards her, and with Fang actually picking up the jungle item as well here. So we've got Fang with the smite and the jungle item, kind of acting like a hyper carry that we were alluding to at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, the Ryu jungler that is Lost is just there to drag buy out some time. So they're trying to put all their eggs in that Fang basket. Let's see if he works out here, because he is pretty farmed. The top network of the entire game. This might work out here for the side of KAOS. We finally see the method here, Blam. This might be it.
Yeah, Noir being the target, but I mean, he's also looking to be the target for VKS here. Niap going in with that huge engage, trying to dunk down onto Noir, but Noir running him down. Oh, you see a run down there by Noir. Ken Mugenshi and RidRJ take down the Fang right now, potentially here, but Lost comes back into the back of the queue there. Mugenshi is still alive, but Noir is down and being aided by the Ming here. Can Lost get out of this alive? Potentially, we are seeing them just fleet with very little health, but they are going to lose the higher ground turret. Was the method initiated and put into process a little too late here for KAOS?
tier 3s are down, like you said, it is not the end of the world yet. They are still holding on. 2 towers, 2 tier 3s still left standing. The Fang, of course, the downside of this, this hyper carry composition is that when your hyper carry dies, that's all she wrote. All your eggs on that basket just broke. So they have to protect this Fang with their lives as best as they can. They do have the heroes for it. They have the Ming. They have the Princess Frost as well as the Fuzi. But at this point in time, with the Jing this farm, it might be dangerous. It could be potentially dangerous. Oh, they might get a kill on towards 1 near. That's absolutely huge. Shut down on towards the Gun and Mo as well as the Lianpo. Danny back. Double kill going towards the Way of Void. This is looking good for the side of Foot KAOS. It's working. They are not that far behind in terms of gold at the moment, only 1,000, and now will make short work of this tower. Is this the moment we've been waiting for, Lab? Is this it?
The unconventional becomes a conventional stop at start for VKS as they run down the mid lane. Foot KAOS is still in this with Foot lost at the crystal. We have minions there already. Is it going to be enough to take down the crystal? No, they do have to minimize any kind of damage control here for themselves because they don't want to completely be wiped the crystal just for VKS to completely run that down. But that was something to behold there. This is a crazy, completely unorthodox play by Foot KAOS going into this semi-final.
Absolutely. I mean, the Athena just providing vision, providing you information on whoever can threaten the Fang is, and then the last fight, Fang was just uncontested. He was towards the back lines. Danny was locked down there by the Fuzi. He couldn't really do anything. And after he just fell, the team fight just went all the way in the favor on the side of VKS. So in the favor of Foot KAOS. So that evened things out. They got the mid tier 3 tower as well. And one more good fight like this for the side of Foot KAOS, they might be able to take the game and give us this very nice series.
Like I say, this was the team that gave us the Shoyu, gave us the Muzi, and gave us the Gan Mo. So I don't know why we're a bit flabbergasted here, but I think it's just because it's completely just we rewired our brains because this is not something we're used to. Just seeing kills be given over to the likes of VKS, because if this was just against a team that you had the advantage of, you know that it's just Foot KAOS playing with you. But this is not a team that you are trying to play with. You are trying to beat unconditionally and completely, that being VKS. But it is completely crazy. Honestly, I feel like I'm having to learn English for the first time. I'm just flabbergasted by these plays of Foot KAOS, enabling them to completely run the mid lane down.
Absolutely, and with the Shadow Overlord here, they will be able to put some pressure on both the sides of the map, both with tier 2 still left standing. But Foot KAOS will be focusing on towards the top. Let's see if VKS will try and respond here as they try and take down the Shadow Vanguard there. Oh, they caught out to Danny. Danny trying to escape from this. He might get bursted down. The shield is a lot, but Fuzi with the pure damage will bring in town just in time. They do lose Lost once again, but is it a loss to lose Lost at this moment? They will bring down Niap, and this is going to be all mid right now from the side of Foot KAOS. They are absolutely doing it. The madman, Mr. Frankenstein, the craziness that is Foot KAOS, the craziness that is the Turkish team, the #1 Turkish team. Are they really going to get an upset here in this game as they're pushing in mid? Menguichi in some trouble. Lost is about to respawn in a couple of seconds, but the Void is a bit too low. He needs to be healed up there by the Ming in order to be able to continue fighting.
Yeah, I think in order for this to work, they really need to push another lane, and that's what they're going for here in the farm lane, because they can't completely solely rely on that mid lane after these plays keep working, because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. And I feel like this play could get old pretty quick, because we saw that Danny was able to sustain it a little bit in that last interaction, but Void almost losing himself out, which seems to be a crucial part in locking down that Jin within those team fights. So as soon as they pick off that Fuzu, it's good night, Irene.
Exactly. Fuzi is one of their second carries in his hyper carry composition. He's up 10,000 in terms of net worth at the moment. He definitely deals a lot of damage. Oh, Lost going in, and he's gonna fall once again, giving the kill towards 1. And yeah, just giving a bit vision right now, 4 versus 5 scenario. They won't want to take the fight until Lost is about to respawn, so they need to buy a bit of time here on this Shadow Tyrant attempt. The fight, this is the fight they're looking for. Oh, what a Lianpo red stun on first street. Now might be some trouble. They lose Void. Void staying alive for the moment. Yeah, dropping down very low, and Void will fall. With RJ falls though, the heals on Now is very low. He has to watch out. Danny's looking for him, as well as one with the long-range nukes, but Nauer will get healed up here by the Ming, and the fight will go on. 1-for-1 trade so far. I'm not even counting Lost as a hero right now. He's just vision for the rest of his team. So essentially just a 1-for-1 trade, and PKS, they do get the Tyrants, but they're not gonna get anything else.
Yeah, seeing a player go 118 within the semifinals was not something on my bingo card today, Zero, I don't think. So seeing that happen and seeing 26 kills on the board from somebody on the outside looking in, not knowing what Honor of Kings is, we'd be like, yo, this is a stomp. But if you look at that gold, it is slowly crept away from BKS. They're only not even just over a grand. That's it. But they are pretty much 18 kills ahead, but it doesn't mean anything to them right now. Lost being another kill on the board once again, but Noir really giving them hell with this Fang pick. Liam Poe maybe getting picked up here, already taking a lot of damage from the Fang. We see that Gammo comes in with a huge damage already upsetting the team fight. I think that may just be the end of But KAOS there, because they did it too many times. It worked once, it worked twice, but it's not gonna work thrice because BKS have readjusted. All they gotta do is take down Lost once again for potentially the 20th time and take the crystal in game 2. But what a mind-boggling game 2 that was.
Yeah, very interesting game there. I mean, Vivo Keystars definitely were on the ropes towards the later stages of the game. There was definitely hope for the side of Foot KAOS to take the victory, but they just took that one last engagement way too early. That allowed them to be wiped without the CC and basically the bait coming from Lost. Without that, it was really just a 4 versus 5, and you know, Lost not looking happy about the role he played in the last game. I probably think we won't see that specific that team composition happening again, but it kind of worked towards the end, but it was just, it ended up, you know, for KAOS being a little bit too antsy to end the game with.
Yeah, there's unconventional, and then there is pure insanity, and that was that team comp to a T, because the Athena just going 120, Lost being used as a scapegoat, as vision, and a player to his stature just being resumed or resulted to picking up a play style like that and not win is going to be a huge bummer for him.
Absolutely, it is. You know, it doesn't feel good when you're one of the best players in the world and your team tells you, hey, just go be a vision, be a ward. And obviously he didn't feel too happy about the role. He did 120 and 7 is the scoreline for Lost. He tried to do the best he can. The whole entire strategy, the madness almost worked there. But in the end, Frankenstein was still burned. The Frankenstein's monster was still burned by fire. And that was what happened here for the side of Foot.
Yeah, like I said in the game, it was... If this was against any other team, you'd know they've been played against, like, say, for example, one of the lower skilled teams that we've seen throughout the tournaments. You would have thought, oh, okay, they're just kind of toying with us. But we saw a little bit of a glimpse of hope, but I feel like we've already stated, that this method only really works once or twice, because if he was to play this again, you're just going to get shut down. People are going to know your ace up your sleeve. And speaking of aces up sleeves, just look at that econ going straight all the way over past that 5-minute mark, all the way to a 5.5k lead as well. So would it have worked if it was a quicker pace? Potentially. Would it have worked if it activated a little quicker? Maybe, but I don't think we're going to see FUT KAOS risk everything on this last game. But VKS1 getting another MVP, which boosts him ahead of Benignus right now. But it's all thanks to that really weird strategy that he gets those 13 kills and only 2 deaths.
Yeah, the stats are a bit hyper-inflated here because they played such an interesting playstyle with the Athena, but obviously 35.7% damage with only 2 deaths is still something to show for here. For one, those 2 deaths was him being locked down by Void, so understandably there's not much else you can do at that point other than just try and survive. Try and be invulnerable for a couple of seconds, buy out that little bit of time. So still a pretty well done game here by VKS. They managed to hold on to this entire game, which felt like it started to slip away from them. But yeah, it shows that they are vulnerable. The Brazilians can bleed.
They can bleed. I mean, VKS have showed it more than once that they can bleed, but it's the strength of Alpha 7 that trying to show that team that they can bleed is really something that we thought KAOS would give a bigger push for in this semi-finals. But so far after this, I wouldn't even say it's a Hail Mary play. It's just a complete chaos. There is no balance. There's no resemblance of what we've been seeing from KAOS within those group stages. It seems just like another team has just possessed the Turkish team. I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, that was a circus to be frank, and I felt like one of the circus masters trying to explain what's going on. And of course, the main monkey there was lost. But obviously, the game plan was there. They tried to execute it. It felt like it could have worked if they done one thing differently, if they didn't lose such a huge lead. So let's see what other tricks up their sleeves does FUT KAOS have, because right now they are 0-2 in this best of 5 series. We're gonna go for a short break before we come back with the final game of the day.
heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la.
Welcome back, everybody. Those new joining at home or into the venue. I am Blem, and with me going into Game 3 is Mr. Zero. How are we feeling with the potential end to the semi-finals already against Foot KAOS versus VKS?
Yeah, we haven't had a single series that didn't go 3-0. Haven't been a clean sweep since the beginning of the knockout stages. This was one of the series that we felt was probably the closest that we could have gotten before the finals. But so far, Vivo Keystar is still showing that they are a cut above their opponents at the moment. And Foot KAOS, they tried a pocket pick, they tried a pocket strategy that was interesting. It almost worked out, but unfortunately they couldn't close it out in the end. So I'm pretty sure with their coach, they do still have some other things cooking, but whether they will decide to try it in this last and final crucial game that may see them eliminated might be something else entirely.
Yeah, I mean, someone just actually posted it on Twitter that the Foot KAOS actually tried this team comp in KIC against one team, but it has the addition of Iggy and Liam Poe, and it still lost against one team. So, was it a tilt team comp? I don't know. I mean, if you're going against one team in the KIC and you do that, that's a little bit interesting. But are you going against VKS after game 1, where you could have brought back a potential 1-1, but it's clear it didn't work in KIC, and it's clear it's not going to work here, because a team like VKS are going to, if we have to do our homework as casters, they're going to have to do their homework as players, because there is way more on the line for VKS than there is for us casters. And if we know that, they're going to know that. So going into game 3, which could be the last game of the day, we finally get the Dolia ban.
Yeah, Dolia finally taken away from VKS's hand, who had, so far almost 100% win rate on that hero. So very well-deserved ban there. Of course, Danny, without the taking away Danny's Kaiser once again, seems to be the name of the game for them, which leaves them to pick up Princess Frost open for the side of Foot KAOS as their opening. They have liked that opening so far, but Gun and Mo seems to have been doing better from the side of VKS. So Foot might try and switch things around. We see a Moses as the first pick. Is this the foreshadowing of the show yet?
I gotta say, it can only mean one thing, but I feel like VKS definitely would have given over the Ganon Mo, or this could be playing directly into Foot KAOS's hands. They could give over the Princess Frost, which means that Snape gets the Ganon Mo, and then that means Noir or Void picks up the Shoyu. So again, potential narrative being written at the end of this game 3 here. They do pick up Zhangfei and Byron on the side of VKS, two great heroes.
Yep, definitely. Huge team fight, huge survivability with those two beefy heroes. Byron has been a really great pick so far, because as compared to the Dun, it's just the complete opposite. Teams who like to pick up the Byron have generally been performing pretty well, and it has been one of the stronger laners as well. And for KAOS this time, they will steal the Gun and Mo away from VKS, which probably leaves Princess Frost to be taken up here from the side of VKS, since that they did lose the Gun and Mo. But unfortunately for me, no show yet in the game. It's going to be the D-Ranger as their marksman.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to get that repeat that we saw yesterday. That absolute banging, stomping team comp from Foot KAOS yesterday, which was the Fuzu, the Ganmo, and the Shoyu. But we do get the Renji as well as VKS picking up Jing. So we're going to see some bans, preferably over to the side of the jungle on the side of VKS, or even the clash lane here.
Yeah. The Byron, yeah, I mean the Moses is still pretty a great support for the side of Foot KAOS, and they do have a decent amount of crowd control right now for the side for the Turkish side. Charlotte banned out from the Brazilian team, while Foot KAOS will be focusing on banning out the mid lanes right now. Angela will be banned. Princess Frost is still on the table if they want to pick that up. Might be a bait for Foot KAOS, leaving the Princess Frost open and going for something like a dive heavy comp that allows them to cut towards the backlines. So if they're going for that, if they're trying to bait for the Princess Frost, they won't ban it here. But if they're trying to play safe, they'll just take out the Princess Frost right here and leave the mid lane with only not much heroes left in the mid lane, to be honest. After you take out those two mages, probably only the Lady Zen, which we've seen VKS play it once as well.
Yep, so they instead don't ban out the Princess Frost, but ban out the Dio-chan. So again, that was going to be my next mention, is that if they ban out the Princess Frost, like you said, the Lady Zen, but also the Dio-chan as well, but they do ban out the Dio-chan. Don't want to give it over to the likes of BKS. They would rather give them the Princess Frost, or are they even going to pick it up at all? Because they could go for something completely different in this mid lane. But I'm going to go with, if I was a betting man, they are definitely going to pick up that Princess Frost, because they'd be a bit they'd be foolish if they didn't, because of the potential nuke and zoning of that hero.
Yep, absolutely. That is, we definitely see it. I mean, that was the most obvious pick right there with it left in the pool. If they have to maintain that 100% pick or ban rate on that hero, right? That's how it's scripted.
Yes.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, always a staple strong pick. You never go wrong with picking up the Princess Frost at this point in the game. But if this was something that they have made a game plan around, at least if you are the side of KAOS, and it looks like they are doing exactly that. I was talking about a dive heavy composition, and what better way to dive to the backlines than with a Lian Po and a Musashi pick from KAOS.
Yeah, two huge picks there for a great team dive potential, and then also setting up a great team fight for the Muzi as well, because Muzi can go in with a long-range stun, pick off one of those squishier heroes on the side of BKS, whether it be the Princess Frost or whether it be the likes of the Jing, if they can catch the Jing, or even shutting down the aggressive advancement from the Byron that we've seen throughout the whole of today just alone. And then we see BKS pick up the Fang, so they're going to be like, you know what? You had Fang last game, we are going to go try the Fang this game. But I don't feel like, unless they get a great early game, they're not going to get that Fang as fed as they would like to, because of the Jing. The Jing needs those items, needs that resource as well as the Fang. So it's going to be really interesting to see how BKS use this Fang. Is it going to be an effective thing for the likes of the Lian Po? We saw it get taken out quite a few times. But then they do have the likes of the Musashi. If Musashi wants to dive in, Fang can then put that damage over time onto the Musashi. Musashi can go away, but then you've got the likes of the Jing or the Byron to re-engage and take out their jungle. So again, there's a lot of potential within this team comp on the side of BKS.
Yeah, and on the side of Foot KAOS as well, they've got like all the rest of, they've got what they wanted. They baited the Princess Frost draft and went for a dive heavy comp. So at this point of the series, when you're down 0-2, it is time to go risky, because you know nobody ever won big playing scared, and this is Foot KAOS trying to show to the world they're not playing scared. They will try every trick in the book they have to take the win. A little bit of mind games going on, but let's see if it will work as we head into game number 3, potentially the last game of the semifinals. Foot KAOS 0-2. On the ropes at the moment. This will be their last shot in trying to prolong their tournament journey.
Yeah, it'd be a bit of a shame here for it to end for Foot KAOS being one of the most fantastically performed teams within the Season 1 Invitational, but a bit more of a serious team comp here. Maybe the Athena comp has a little bit of a longer lasting impression on your enemy team than just that match. Maybe it throws them off completely. Maybe it's a little bit of a ritual to curse the opponent going forward. We will only be able to tell that after or during this game with BKS, but like you say, Foot KAOS are now back towards the ropes. They have to do whatever they can to take a victory from BKS, or at least try and force a best of 5.
Yeah, definitely here. They need to secure this early game from the side of Foot. They need to make sure that their jungle as well as the marksman lane does well, because if you give Fang a snowballing game, he's just gonna take that snowball and turn that into an avalanche, and you do not want that to happen in your final game, potentially your final game of the tournament. You want to go out with a bang, and not in a bad way. You want to go out with showcasing to the world what you're really made of. So jungle invade here coming from the side of BKS. They're trying to take the Sage Golem buff away from the Musashi. They don't have the numbers to try and defend this, so Foot KAOS is going to just let it go.
Yeah, with them focusing that rotation down to the farm lane, that really did let that Sage buff starvation start now. And when will it stop? Only Foot Lost can tell us that answer. But we see Snape, Ruga, and Void all rotate up. But back to your previous point, yes, they need to go out with a bang and not with a fang on the side of Foot KAOS there. But starting that Sage buff starvation is a slippery slope here for Foot KAOS if they lose any more, because they know that once you take a buff over to the side of your enemy team, you get to see that countdown now, and it gives you a little bit more intel to where your potential enemy jungle could be. But one going in here with the flash and use of the ultimate there to try and zone out the Void. Void always gets away just about, thanks to the Muzi long range stun there. If it weren't for the Muzi, would we see Void get first blood? Potentially go takedown there for the side of BKS. But fortunately for Foot KAOS, it didn't work the way they wanted it to. But Genji playing a very aggressive support hero here.
Yes, he's definitely a maestro on that Zhang Fei. Very always at the right positions at the right time. So when you give one of those players that hero, it absolutely becomes huge. And here we have the rotations coming in. This time they want to protect their Sage Golem buff. Or Jing pops the ultimate. Snape dropping down very low. He's gonna fall. Nyap will be able to pick that up. They might get a second as well. They do. That's lost. And the backline freeze on towards 2 is absolutely huge. Nauer had to stop them coming in with his stuns. But that is still the Sage Golem buff going towards the way of BKS. And they lose 2 members to go along with it.
Yep, and the cut to the line of Musashi there with that second Sage buff going down and also losing 2 kills on the board as well. So BKS, in true BKS fashion, really giving a hard fought pre-4 minutes there, being able to put themselves a little bit ahead of Foot KAOS. It's only a minor little bit ahead, but it's no Athena feed ahead for BKS. There is still plenty to play for on the side of Foot KAOS. We could see a potential crucial theft here for Foot KAOS, or they may even not go for it. They're both aligned on the right side of the map to start a Tyrant Brawl off, but are they feeling confident that they could take it from BKS? We are still waiting to see that come through, but it's not looking like it's going to flourish here. We see Jing having some presence in the mid lane. Zhangfei and Fang already starting the Tyrant. The Tyrant is already gone down again. So yes, no contest for that first Tyrant on the side of Foot KAOS here. It seems like a bit of a starving match for Foot KAOS so far, not only in the Sage buff, but just in terms of the tempo. They feel very ploddy right now.
Yeah, they have to stabilize the game somehow. Sage Golem buff once again being taken here from the side of taken away from Foot KAOS, and they have to get something else across the map, something fast every time this happens, and they will decide to do that with that tier 1 tower taken in the bottom side. It's not a Sage Golem buff, but it's still a bit of gold going towards your way. Oh, WinRJ, a bit of showmanship there with the cancelled recall. Danny does pop his ultimate, trying to pressure Naur a little bit as well as the tower, but with the tower still standing, Naur won't be in any danger of falling whatsoever.
Yes, well played to Foot KAOS for taking that first tier turret in the Clash lane. I think that's all they can really hope for right now in terms of just trying to upset the tempo of VKS here. A bit of engage from Ruga, getting the stun and the... Oh, he did pop the ultimate, sorry, so it was the stun and the knock up there from Muzi, sorry, onto the Zhang Fei. But looking over at Mengunshi, he does pick up the smite as well, so in order to help the jungler get these important objectives like the Tyrant, he gets the smite as well, just to offload a little bit of a pressure there. But speaking of pressure, not only has he starved and lost from the word go at that stage buff, he takes him down in his own jungle as Fang opens up that bot lane turret as well.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting 4 members to be around that area, walked into a death trap, and he definitely fell there. While Foot KAOS, well, they're still trying to do the next best thing. If you have 4 members ganging bottom, you go somewhere else, but they rotate so fast on the side of VKS. They bring down the DRNG, and Ryuga will be the second one to fall as well. Huge rotation coming in from the side of VKS, stopping Foot KAOS from trying to stabilize the game in any way possible, as they do lose their marksman and they will lose the Sage Golem buff once again.
Yeah, I think it's too many countable Sage buffs gone over to the side of VKS. They are definitely starved and lost. Have to be lost in the source from that Athena gameplay. It seems like the potential lung effect from the Athena play isn't actually going to play onto the enemy team, but it seems like it's playing onto Foot KAOS. There doesn't seem to be any momentum for him to even try and stop, to try and formulate some sort of counter to this Sage buff starvation on the side of Foot KAOS. We even saw, when we saw the Clash lane go up there, we saw Muzi and the Renji go for the Niap, but Niap knew that it was being baited because he had the likes of Danny come around. And speaking of Danny, once again, potentially getting another kill onto Lost, showing him that he is the dominant jungler within this. And before this match even happened, we were speaking about how these are going to be interesting 1v1s within these lanes in terms of performance, but right now there's just no performance on Lost. He's lost.
Yeah, I think his mind is still playing the Athena. I'm just kidding. It's just a very tough game right now because VKS has complete control on your jungle. It's tough to really make anything happen, and if you're not playing with your team, it's not really hard. Oh, huge ultimate coming from the Lian 4 towards the backline. They do bring down one. That's a good start. But Danny going in deep. They bring down Ryuga. They bring down the DRNG as well. And that's 2 versus 2-for-1 trade-off for the side of VKS. They're trying to go for this tier 2 tower, but the waves have already been cleared there by Lost, so VKS will not be able to get anything out of that engagement until the creep waves come back. But still an unfavorable trade going towards the way of VKS.
Yeah, very unfavorable trade. It's kind of painting the picture that VKS really were just sort of holding back for the whole of the group stages, it seems, because this is a different kind of beast, especially going against the top seed of Turkey as well. We honestly thought there was going to be a bit of a more of an even matchup, especially within that mid lane, especially with Danny going against Lost as well. But currently, like you say, it is a hard matchup, but this is where the draft and the bans is very important, and the tempo of the match is even more, and Lost gets taken down by Niap, so it is just basically a Lost buffet. They are taking turns of taking down Lost, as they know that it's either they're focusing on Lost because they know he's such a great player, or Lost is just making these overzealous kind of plays where he's trying to overcompensate for the loss of speed, the loss of velocity that we normally see on the side of Foot KAOS.
Yeah, VKS definitely is just moving across the map way faster than what Foot KAOS has expected. Danny already level 15, 5-0-4 right now, closing into that 10,000 net worth mark. He's gonna complete his Siege Breaker in a couple of moments, so his burst damage is gonna go through the roof. And another stage golden buff going towards the way of VKS. I think they designed the map a little bit wrong here in this game, because I think they just given the red team 2 stage golems.
Yes, too many Sage Golems here for VKS Danny. I'm surprised he's even still going at the pace he's going. I would be feeling pretty fed and pretty fat rolling through the enemy jungle at this rate after so many Sage buffs. If it worked that way in terms of calories, it would be quite a high calorie buff there to be taken down, but it's still not stopping the Brazilian Titans of VKS here. They are completely dominating. That Siege Breaker has been built there as well on the side of VKS. But again, 1 kill on the board to 9. We really need to start seeing that use of that Ganmo's long range, but VKS playing around that range beautifully.
Just cross map in some trouble now. We're trying to cut towards the back lines, but Board in some trouble. Here comes the Jing. Musashi trying to make up for his the game he's had, but not able to do anything because his teammates are gonna fall. He's gonna die to Manguchi, which only leaves Snape left to defend the base. 5 versus 1. It is all over. I think Vivo Keystars should be the second team to make it to the grand finals of the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational, and they did it with style.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. We will be getting the Brazilian face-off that we have been alluded to for the majority of the tournament. We just expected a little bit different in the semi-finals from the two teams that played, but they are playing against BKS and Alpha 7 that have plenty and plenty of experience. All 4 of these teams going to KISD, but obviously Alpha 7 and the likes of VKS have had plenty more experience in terms of the tournaments and with the scrims as well. They really did show their full potential, because we heard from multiple teams that the scrims of VKS wasn't the best, but it's clearly the scrims that really perfected those and fine-tuned those loose bits within VKS. Because there they go, taking it a solid 3-0 after that. I have to say, a ridiculous game 2 in terms of the team comp. It clearly didn't work against one team. One team clearly are better than VKS in terms of the team itself. I think one team probably did give a great bullying to VKS within the KIC 2023. But if it's not going to work against one team, it's not going to work against VKS, because they would have known this. They would have thought about that one being your Hail Mary Jackal and Hyde play that you hoped would carry you through a round from the Brazilian team. But that shows it, that Brazilian teams are going to go through to the finals.
Yeah, we're going to have to bid farewell to the last Turkish team in this tournament. Foot KAOS tried their very best to make to mount a fight against Vivo Keystars, but unfortunately, 3rd and 4th is where they will end their tournament run. Still a great run from them. They went undefeated during the group stages. They made it all the way to the semifinals, but Vivo Keystars, with their wealth of experience and their skilled gameplay, has been able to take the series. And Danny in this game, 7-0-5, showing why you need to ban out not just the Kaiser, but also the Jing away from his hands.
Yeah, they were onto something with the Fuzi pick. I don't know why the Fuzi pick didn't come through with this one. They did have, the Liempo is meant to be used more so of that engage tactic. We saw it maybe once or twice, but because there was no lockdown onto Danny, it was free roam. In game 2, he was a chained up dog with the Fuzi ultimate, but after that, he gets to roam free and starve the Musashi of all those Sage buffs, which really showed from the word go that what VKS was planning, and they weren't planning an easy game 3 from them, because game 1 was shaky between both of the teams. Game 2, they tried something a little bit unorthodox and didn't work out. And then game 3 was just BKS, as they always do. And the same with all the other Brazilian teams. They like to just make a statement in that game 3. And making a statement is Danny with the MVP. I don't think anybody else would have got that MVP in that game 3 because he was just everywhere amongst that map.
Absolutely. I mean, with his scoreline 7-0-4, definitely been very impactful in the game. Definitely won the game for his team as well. And we just saw the burst damage that he could have done with the Jing, and it's a very good reason that most teams do ban out the Jing in the first or second phase. It's just way too much damage and pressure that you can do with one hero. And even during KIC, Jing was just either picked every single game or banned every single game along with the Dacio as well. Sure, it was a different format, it was different with different players, but that hero is just as fearful as ever.
Absolutely, striking the fear into Foot KAOS to even drive that crazy team comp in game 2 definitely shows that it's not just the player skill on the Jing, it's clearly the fear factor as well, and the whole subliminal beef, the slow cooked beef that's now turned into a pot roast on the side of BKS there. They will probably be dining and eating that later in the start of what could be a beautiful feud going into those future tournaments. That's the only thing that they can really take away from this on the side of Foot KAOS is just learn from that solid 3-0 defeat from BKS.
Yep, and there we have it, Blam. Our 2 finalists in the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational will be none other than Alpha 7 Esports and Vivo Key Stars, both Brazilian champions previously, and they will be looking to fight it out once again in the Grand Finals happening tomorrow. And all of this could not have been possible without our fantastic sponsor Infinix, which all the players are playing on the Infinix GT10 Pro, which is innate to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with Kings. All sensory game engine and high refresh rate immerse you in the purest gaming experience.
And Purist has been Purist best of 3s all the way through the knockout stages. We have been denied over and over again as casters for the full best of 5s because neither of the teams could really want to try and force it to a full best of 5. Clearly they don't love us enough 0 for a full best of 5. They just want to get things done, get to the finals, and be crowned the winner of Season 1 Invitational. And it's only 24 hours from now that is stopping the crowning happening. And it's going to be, regardless, the trophy is going to be going back to the Brazilian region. But yeah, Foot KAOS was definitely underwhelmed in that matchup, I feel. There was very little from what we've been seeing in their performance of those group stages. Maybe it was pre-game jitters. Maybe the draft wasn't what they thought it was going to be against BKS. Maybe they thought that the throw-off there wasn't quite... It was going to be a lot more effective than they planned. But unfortunately for Foot KAOS, they are out of the tournament. Turkey no longer has their representatives. They've all been wiped from the knockout stages, and all that is left standing is that grand final.
Yeah, at least the trophy is going on the same flight back to Brazil, it seems, for at least the Season 1 Invitational. But all of these teams should not... The teams that have been eliminated so far should not feel too bad about themselves. It is, of course, just the beginning of the Honor of Kings international esports scene. And, you know, if you've been able to play in this tournament, you have learned so many lessons by playing against best teams from other regions as well. So for teams like Twisted Minds, Major Pride, Stalwart Esports, as well as, of course, we've got NRX, as well as Besiktas Esports. They have to hold their heads up high because they've done as well as they could have done. And obviously, if you know, they should be proud to be able to represent their regions in such a prestigious tournament.
Exactly. I mean, they all had the privilege of being invited as well. So that alone is going to be a pride to say that you were one of the first amongst the global scene. You were picked up by your organizations for your talent and your player skill. So again, like my co-host is reiterating there, is that everything should be happy. It's not goodbye forever, it's just goodbye for now. But the fun thing is, this narrative is actually going to flow through into the Season 2 Invitationals, because whoever gets crowned tomorrow is going to have to come back in Season 2 to defend that rightful championship, which is going to be super exciting to see what we get in terms of the flavor of the players. And since people have more access to the game as well, it's only going to make things more interesting to have pro players from other games join Honor of Kings, and that will be a joyous thing as well.
Yeah, but the main thing I would love to see is the growth, you know, teams that participated today in this tournament and how much they would have grown when we go on to the next season. That is going to be a sight to behold. We can be proud to say, Blam, that we were a part of history watching these teams bloom into the champions that we know that they all can be, and it all becomes very wholesome in its entirety.
Absolutely. Even the coach from Foot KAOS even alluded to it yesterday, saying that the players on his team have the same levels and same potentials as those in the KPL, which is really exciting, because if this is the potential that they're showing early on, it just really shows that there's a lot more to these players, to these teams, and a really big thank you to the coaches as well that have picked up these teams to try and bring them to that level of the KPL as well, because that's the next biggest fight, is making sure you can put up a fight against these I mean, if the Brazilian teams are titans, the KPL teams are gods. So that is where we need to get our scene to and our player base to, just to rival the KPLs. The Mount Olympus, we do say, is in Brazil, but even bigger Mount Olympus, I don't know what tops Mount Olympus. It's definitely been held in the KPL region.
Absolutely, and to hear that sort of praise coming from, you know, not anyone, but a KPL coach who's coached multiple KPL teams, that is high praise by itself. And you know, you have to take you have to take every win and every loss with pride, and you know, just being this early into this game is just going to be better for you overall as you look to progress further in towards the Honor of Kings competitive scene.
Yeah, but this series overall definitely concludes that VKS are the better smack talkers, because they back it up. They said they were going to beat Foot KAOS 3-0, and they did. They did with pure clarity, instinct, ferocity, the tempo, everything was there for VKS to take that 3-0. And there we have it. The stage has been set for the finals, which once again is going to be the Brazilian teams, Alpha 7 going against VKS. If you want to go and see a little bit of a glimpse into what that could potentially be, there's plenty of Shock VR 2023 on there, but I can imagine that Alpha 7 are not going to go down without a fight. Even though VKS are the champions currently, I feel like Alpha 7 are going to definitely throw some vital jabs. If not, they're going to be the vital blow that VKS need to rethink, and let's not underwhelm their opponents again.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you know, we will be watching that final matchup happening tomorrow. A repeat of some ways for the Shock VR finals of 2023, where they happened to play against each other in the semifinals. So that is that's gonna be a bit of a rematch, a bit of grudge match going between both of them. Sure, you know, Alpha 7 has looked more stable, especially in the last fight. But let's listen to what VKS has to say about that last win.
Herkese yeniden merhabalar. Bu sefer beklendiğinden daha da hızlı geçen mücadeleyi geride bıraktık. VKS rakibi Foot'u 3-0'la geçip adını finale yazdıran ikinci ekip olmayı başardı. Finalde Brezilyalı ekiplerin mücadelesini izleyeceğiz böylelikle yarın oynanacak finalde. Bizim de VKS'in bu galibiyetinin ardından oyuncularına birkaç tane sorumuz var. Niyap ve Mengeşe var yanımda. İlk sorum Niyap'a gelecek. İkinci mücadelede oynadıkları maçın, yani oynadıkları serinin ikinci maçında oynanan bu Athena karşı orman stratejisine karşı nasıl çözüm ürettiler, buna nasıl adapte oldular, onu soracağım kendisine. Hello and welcome. Congratulations on reaching the finals. So my first question is to you, Niyap. How did your team adapt to Athena's counter-jungling vision strategy in the second game?
Parabéns para vocês, entraram o final. O primeira pergunta para o Niyap é que no segundo jogo encontraram o jungler adversário usando a Athena com uma nova estratégia. Como vocês responderam?
O Dani ele já sabia dessa estratégia, então acho que ficou muito fácil da gente conseguir adaptar no meio de jogo. Então acho que isso ajudou muito a gente se preparar antes para ganhar esse jogo.
Our teammate Danny, he has already know the strategy like before, so there wasn't any problem. Like we were really prepared for it.
Takım arkadaşımız Danny aslında bu stratejiden haberdardı, neler yaşanabileceğini biliyordu. Onun sayesinde de hazırlıklıydık. Yani çok korkmuyorduk bu stratejiden. Sorunu yaşamadık dedi. İkinci soru yine Niyap'a gidiyor. Yine ikinci oyunda daha üst yani haritanın üst taraflarında sonlarına doğru karşı saldırıya uğradılar. Orada neredeyse maçı kaybediyorlardı. Bir geri dönüş şansı veriyorlardı. Bu durumla ilgili düşüncelerini, oradan nasıl kendilerini kurtarmışlar, onu bir soracağız, öğreneceğiz. So, late in the second game, you got counter-attacked and almost lost the game, almost gave the enemy a comeback. Can you please tell us your feelings, your coordination in that moment?
No frase final do segundo jogo, foram surpreendidos por contra-ataque por adversário que quase resultou uma virada. O que estava a pensar, o que vocês responderam?
No meio de jogo ficou um pouco desorganizado o nosso time, então a gente teve que se reorganizar, mas quando a gente conseguiu se reorganizar, a gente teve uma boa luta e isso levou a gente a ganhar o jogo no final.
First we were a little bit disorganized, and later we found the problem and we organized ourselves and organized some counter-attack and get better and we won.
Aslında oyunun sonlarına doğru birazcık kendimizi toparlamakta güçlük çektik. Çok böyle yani organize vaziyette değildik. Ama sonrasında sıkıntılarımızı bulduk. Sıkıntılarımızı çözdük. Daha organize vaziyette kendi karşı saldırımızla beraber maçı kapatmayı başardık. Thank you for the answers. Şimdiki sorum Mengeşe'ye geliyor. İlk mücadelede Dolya, Lubu tercih ettiler. Sürekli olarak kule altına girdiler ve yani kendisi de tek başına oynayıp tek başına birçok skor bulmayı, kötü pozisyonlardan da uzaklaşmayı başardı. Buradaki takım içi koordinasyonu nasıl yapmışlar, nelere dikkat etmişler, onu bir öğrenelim kendisinden. So, in the first game, you chose Dolya and Lubu. You organized a lot of dives, a lot of tower dives. You also played solo and secured a lot of kills and retreated to safety. Could you tell us more about the coordination that was behind that plan?
Usou Dolya, jogando muito bem, realizou vários jogados com o Lubu, realizando abates sobre torres e saindo ileso. E também jogou solo muito bem também. Como coordenaram com o Lubu?
Para mim foi muito fácil, porque é muito fácil o combo de Lubu com Dolya e mais tendo jogador como esse, que é excepcional, então foi bem fácil fazer o combo.
For me, it was a very easy thing. We just we use ultimates together, and it's done. It's very easy cooperation for us.
Yani zaten bizim için çok zor değildi. Ultilerimizi arka arkaya koordineli bir şekilde kullandık. Bunu da başarabildiğimiz için mücadelede pek zorluk çekmedik dedi. Tebrik ettik kendisine. Ve son sorumuz da yine aynı oyuncuya geliyor, Mengeşe'ye geliyor. Finalde A7 ile Alpha 7 ile karşılaşacaklar. Bir önceki mücadeleleri 0-2 bitmişti. Bu maçta intikamlarını alacaklar mı? Düşünceleri neler beklemeliyiz? Hemen öğrenelim. So, you will face Alpha 7 in the finals. The last time you faced you faced one another, it was 0-2 for you. So, will you get your revenge? And can we get any, maybe last verse for the fans or people watching?
Vocês vão enfrentar o Alpha 7 e anteriormente perdido por 0-2. Conseguirão se vingar ou não? E tem alguma coisa para falar com os outros?
Bueno, primeiro que nada que se preparem que a gente vai ter nossa vingança, a gente vai conquistar essa final. E eu quero dar primeiro que nada um saludo gigantesco para minha filha, que se chama Aurora, que está lá no Brasil. Te mando um beijo. Te amo, filha.
First of all, we will have our revenge. This is for certain. And we'll have a very good show. And second, I want to kiss my daughter in front of the camera.
Öncelikle tabii ki intikamımızı alacağız. Orası kesin. Ve kesin olan bir şey daha var. Mükemmel bir şov ortaya koyacağız. Aynı zamanda bir kızı da varmış. Ona da öpücük gönderdi kameraya. Gerçekten keyifli, güzel bir röportajdı. Thank you for joining me in this interview. And best of luck to you in the finals. It will definitely be a great, wonderful match. Böylelikle teşekkürlerimizi de gönderdik. Artık röportajı da bitirmenin vakti geldi. Teşekkürlerimizi iletiyoruz ve sözü yeniden sunuculara bırakıyoruz.
And there we have it. There was the winning interview with VKS, Mengichi, and Niap after playing that beautifully composed Lubu and Adolia in Game 1. And they were even asked about it. How did it perform? And they were like,
just press our skills together.
Yeah, just press our skills together. At least we wasn't going to get a YouTube guide compared to, I think it was Besiktas Esports, I think, when asked about their mid lane. But there we have it. It is going to come to the conclusion tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a little bit later than the day normally starts at 2:30 UTC +3. It is going to start at 6 UTC +3. So for those in British drinking tea with myself, that is going to be at 3 o'clock tomorrow PM. But it is going to be a Brazilian bash-off in all ways possible in a best-of-5, which I hope is going to be a full best-of-5, and I'm sure Zero holds the same sentiment.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been, sort of been getting all these clean sweeps so far, even throughout the almost the entire group stage and on towards the knockout stages as well. Every single match have ended with a clean sweep. So tomorrow, definitely when you're at the grand finals, when every single bit of the hype has been building up for this moment, you don't want it to end that quickly. And obviously Vivo Key Stars along with Alpha 7 are two of the strongest teams in this tournament, so I'm pretty sure we are in for a show tomorrow. So Blam, any final words before we say goodbye to everybody watching today?
No, just congratulations to all the teams that have participated up until now. But it is going to be Brazil versus Brazil tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not miss it. All tune in to see a fantastic conclusion and to see who's going to be crowned the new king of the global esports scene. I am Blam, and with me as always, Zero. We'll see you tomorrow, guys.